Hello, dear friends. So glad you could join us at Black Magic. Today's narrative adventure is titled What If Peeves Was Actually Bound to Protect Harry and Became a Terrifying Poltergeist Bodyguard. We put our heart into every story we share. If you appreciate our work, showing some love with a like and subscribe would make our day. The story begins now. Chapter 1, The Oath Awakens. Harry Potter was absolutely certain that Peeves the Poltergeist was following him. 3 weeks into his first year at Hogwarts, and already the castle's most notorious troublemaker seemed weirdly fixated on him. Not that Peeves was actually bothering him much, which was the strangest part. The poltergeist still dropped water balloons on other first years, still cackled madly while swooping through corridors, still drove Filch into apoplectic rages. But whenever Harry was around, Peeves acted different. "He's watching you again," Ron muttered as they climbed the stairs toward Charm's class. 3 o'clock, pretending to unscrew that chandelier. Harry didn't need to look. He could feel the prickling sensation of being observed. When he finally glanced over, Peeves immediately made a great show of tugging at the chandelier's fixtures while singing a rude song about Filch at top volume. "Maybe he's planning something extra special for you," Ron suggested. Fred says Peeves once followed a Hufflepuff prefect for 2 weeks before filling his entire dormitory with frogs. "Thanks, that's really comforting," Harry replied, quickening his pace. Hermione caught up with them, arms laden with books. "I've been reading about poltergeists," she announced without preamble. "They're different from ghosts. They're manifestations of chaotic magical energy, usually tied to places where lots of young wizards congregate. That's why Hogwarts has such a powerful one." Ron rolled his eyes. "Fascinating. Does your book explain why this one's stalking Harry?" "That's the odd part," Hermione frowned. "Poltergeists don't normally fixate on specific students unless they're getting strong reactions. They feed off chaos and attention." "But I'm ignoring him," Harry protested as they slipped into Flitwick's classroom. "Exactly," Hermione said. "That's what makes it so strange." The situation grew weirder the following week during Harry's first Quidditch practice. He'd just kicked off from the ground, the exhilarating rush of flight making him momentarily forget about his spectral shadow. Oliver Wood was explaining the basic rules when a flash of pearly white zipped past the goalposts. "Oh no," groaned Wood. "Not him. Not during practice." Peeves looped around the pitch, making raspberry sounds and occasionally dive-bombing the other players. Everyone groaned. The poltergeist was notorious for disrupting practices by stealing the quaffle or pelting players with bits of mud. "Ignore him," Wood instructed. "He'll get bored and leave." But oddly, Peeves seemed content just to hover at the edge of the pitch, watching. When they finally released the golden snitch for Harry to chase, the poltergeist actually drifted closer, tracking Harry's movements with unusual intensity. 20 minutes into practice, Harry spotted the snitch glinting near the Ravenclaw stands. He leaned forward, urging his Nimbus 2000 toward it at full speed. The broom responded instantly, shooting forward like an arrow. He was gaining on the little golden ball when his broom suddenly jerked violently to the left. "Whoa!" Harry gripped the handle tightly as the broomstick shuddered beneath him. For one heart-stopping moment, he thought he might be thrown off. Then, just as quickly, the broom stabilized. And there was Peeves, directly in the path Harry would have taken, right where a large flock of birds had suddenly emerged from the forbidden forest, their flight path exactly at broomstick height. "Potter!" Wood called. "You all right?" "That was some dodge." Harry nodded, confused. He hadn't dodged anything. The broom had moved on its own. And Peeves? Peeves was looking at the birds with an expression Harry had never seen on the poltergeist's face before. Something almost like anger. When practice ended, Harry lingered behind, watching Peeves drift aimlessly around the goalposts. "Hey," he called up, half expecting to be ignored. "What was that about earlier?" The poltergeist flipped upside down, his wide mouth stretching into his usual manic grin. Potty Potter talks to Peeves. What an honor, what a treat. My broom jerked sideways right before I would have flown into those birds. Did you? Brooms go where brooms go. Birds fly where birds fly. Peeves sees all the silly fur's ties fall, he cackled, somersaulting through the air. I didn't fall. Not yet. Peeves zoomed away, his laugh echoing across the pitch. I'm telling you, it was weird, Harry insisted later in the Gryffindor common room. It's like he made my broom move so I wouldn't hit the birds. Ron looked skeptical. Peeves helping someone? That'd be a first. Maybe he just wanted to mess with your practice, Hermione suggested, not looking up from her transfiguration essay. And it happened to keep you from getting hurt. Harry shook his head. You didn't see his face. He looked protective. Fred and George Weasley plopped down beside them, grinning identically. Heard you've got a poltergeist problem, Harry, said Fred. Our specialty, added George. Peeves respects us, Fred explained, puffing up with pride. Only pranksters he won't target directly, George nodded. Professional courtesy. Harry leaned forward. Has he ever helped anyone before? Protected them? The twins exchanged glances. Peeves. Fred scoffed. He once trapped a third year in a suit of armor for 6 hours. Though, George said thoughtfully, there was that time with Maxwell Jordan, Lee's older brother. Remember, Fred? When those Slytherin 7th years cornered him after he charmed their robes pink? Fred's eyes widened. Blimey, yeah. Peeves dumped an entire bucket of mop water on them. Everyone thought he was just causing chaos, but he did give Maxwell just enough time to escape, George finished. But that's different. Maxwell was a prankster. Peeves looks after his own. Harry frowned. I'm not a prankster. Maybe he thinks you've got potential, Fred suggested with a wink. But Harry wasn't convinced. Something else was going on, and he was determined to find out what. Over the next few weeks, Harry noticed Peeves' presence more and more frequently. The poltergeist would zoom through hallways where Harry walked, pretending to cause his usual mischief. During meals, he'd hover near the Gryffindor table, pelting other students with bits of bread but mysteriously leaving Harry untouched. Most students wrote it off as typical Peeves randomness, but Harry felt certain there was a pattern. Then came Halloween night, and everything changed. Harry and Ron had just discovered Hermione crying in the girls' bathroom when they heard it, heavy footsteps and a horrible smell. Before they could react, a 12-foot mountain troll lumbered into view, dragging its massive club along the stone floor. The bathroom. Ron gasped. Hermione doesn't know. They sprinted toward the door, only to freeze in horror as the troll shambled inside. Hermione's scream echoed from within. Harry and Ron burst into the bathroom to find Hermione shrinking against the wall, the troll advancing on her with its club raised. Without thinking, Harry grabbed the first thing he could find, a metal tap broken off from a sink, and hurled it against the wall. Hey, P-Brain, he shouted. The troll turned, confused. Ron threw a pipe, hitting its shoulder. The distraction worked, the troll was now lumbering toward them, giving Hermione space to escape. But they were trapped between the massive creature and the wall. The troll raised its club, its tiny eyes fixed on Harry. There was nowhere to run. Harry braced himself, wand out, with no idea what spell could possibly help. Then, from nowhere, Peeves appeared directly in front of the troll's face. Trolley Wally stinky beast. The poltergeist screeched, his voice higher and more piercing than Harry had ever heard it. Peeves sees you. Peeves knows. The troll stumbled back, swinging its club wildly at the apparition. But Peeves was too fast, zipping around the troll's head, tugging its ears, poking its eyes. The poltergeist's usual mischievous expression was gone, replaced with something fierce and terrible. His form seemed larger somehow, darker, with crackling energy surrounding him like static electricity. Run, Potty. Peeves shouted, his voice oddly distorted. Take friends and go. The troll roared, smashing its club into a row of sinks. Water sprayed everywhere as porcelain shattered. Harry grabbed Hermione's arm while Ron pulled at her other side, and they made for the door. But Harry hesitated at the threshold, watching as Peeves darted around the enraged troll. The poltergeist was cackling, but it wasn't his usual laugh. This sound held a dangerous edge that sent chills down Harry's spine. Go. Peeves howled, and this time Harry obeyed. They'd barely made it 20 feet down the corridor when they collided with Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell. Behind them came a tremendous crash, and the unmistakable sound of Peeves' wild laughter. What on earth? McGonagall began, her face white with fury. Troll, in there, Harry gasped, pointing back toward the bathroom. Snape and McGonagall rushed past them, wands drawn. Quirrell hung back, looking oddly at Harry before following his colleagues. Did you see that? Ron whispered, eyes wide. Peeves, I know, Harry nodded, still trying to process what had happened. He protected us. But why? Hermione asked, her voice trembling. Before Harry could answer, they heard McGonagall's astonished voice from the bathroom, the troll is unconscious. But how? When the professors emerged, they found only 3 shaken students. There was no sign of Peeves. The next morning, rumors flew through the school about how 3 first-years had somehow knocked out a full-grown mountain troll. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances but said nothing about Peeves' involvement. Who would believe them anyway? But Harry couldn't stop thinking about it. The way Peeves had appeared exactly when needed. The strange, dark energy that had surrounded him. The fierce, almost protective rage in his normally mischievous eyes. I need to find him, Harry told his friends over breakfast. I need to ask him directly. Ask who what? Fred asked, sliding onto the bench beside them. Harry hesitated, then decided to trust the twins. Peeves. He helped us with the troll last night. Fred and George stared at him, toast forgotten in their hands. Peeves. George repeated. Helped you. Deliberately. Fred added. Harry nodded. He distracted it so we could escape. He looked different. Powerful. The twins exchanged meaningful glances. There's an old Hogwarts legend, Fred said, lowering his voice. About Peeves being more than just a normal poltergeist. Bill told us, George continued, that Peeves isn't just tied to the castle. He's tied to the founders somehow. And to certain bloodlines, Fred added. The oldest wizarding families. Harry frowned. But I'm not, my dad was a pure blood, but my mum was Muggle-born. The Potters are one of the oldest families, Ron pointed out. Dad says they go back almost to the founders' time. Hermione, who had been listening intently, suddenly sat up straighter. I need to check something in the library. Now. Ron groaned. It's Saturday. But Hermione was already grabbing her bag. This is important. If Peeves is somehow bound to protect certain students, wait, Harry interrupted, noticing something across the Great Hall. Look at Quirrell. The Defense Against the Dark Arts professor was staring directly at them, his expression unreadable beneath his purple turban. As their gazes met, a sharp pain lanced through Harry's scar. Quirrell looked away quickly, engaging Flitwick in conversation. He's been watching you a lot lately, Ron observed. Harry rubbed his scar. I think he saw Peeves in the bathroom that night. He was the last professor to go in, and he looked at me strangely. All the more reason to figure out what's going on, Hermione insisted. Meet me in the library after lunch. They spent hours searching through dusty tomes about Hogwarts history, but found nothing concrete about Peeves' origins or any connection to specific wizarding families. By late afternoon, even Hermione was growing frustrated. There must be something, she muttered, flipping through Hogwarts, a history, for the 3rd time. Peeves has been here since the school was founded. He's mentioned in all the historical accounts. Harry yawned, stretching his arms overhead. Through the window, he could see the sky darkening. Maybe we should ask the ghosts. Nearly headless Nick might know something. Good idea, Ron agreed eagerly, clearly ready for a break from research. They found Sir Nicholas gliding along the third-floor corridor, looking contemplative. Sir Nicholas, Hermione called. We have a question about Hogwarts history. The Gryffindor ghost turned, beaming at them. Ah, young scholars. How refreshing. What would you like to know? It's about Peeves, Harry said. We were wondering if he's always been, well, just a troublemaker, or if he has some other purpose at Hogwarts. Nicholas's transparent form seemed to stiffen. Peeves. Why the sudden interest? Harry exchanged glances with his friends. He's been acting strangely around me. Almost like he's watching over me. I see. The ghost drifted closer, lowering his voice. Peeves is complicated. More than most realize. He embodies the castle's chaotic energy, yes, but there are old bindings upon him. Oaths taken centuries ago. What kind of oaths? Hermione pressed. That I cannot say. Nicholas glanced around nervously. Peeves does not like his true nature discussed. And there are others in the castle who would disapprove of such conversations. Others like who? Ron asked. But Nicholas was already drifting away. Ask the Bloody Baron if you must know more. He has a special relationship with our resident poltergeist. But I warn you, some secrets are best left uncovered. They watched him disappear through a wall, leaving them with more questions than answers. The Bloody Baron? Ron shuddered. No thanks. Even Fred and George won't go near him. Maybe we don't need to, Harry said slowly. Maybe we can get Peeves to tell us directly. That night, Harry lay awake long after his roommates had fallen asleep. The conversation with nearly headless Nick had only deepened the mystery. What oaths bound Peeves? And why was the poltergeist watching over him specifically? Unable to sleep, Harry slipped out of bed and pulled his invisibility cloak from his trunk. A midnight exploration might clear his head, and if he was lucky, he might encounter Peeves away from prying eyes. The castle was eerily silent as Harry padded through corridors and down staircases. Moonlight streamed through high windows, casting long shadows across the stone floors. On the second floor, he paused, hearing a faint whistling sound. Peeves was floating near the ceiling, idly tossing a crystal inkwell from hand to hand. The poltergeist appeared to be alone, unusually subdued compared to his daytime antics. Harry hesitated, then slowly removed his cloak, revealing himself. Peeves, he called softly. The poltergeist spun around, nearly dropping the inkwell. For a split second, something like shock crossed his face before his features rearranged into their usual manic grin. Ickle first high out of bed. Naughty, naughty. Peeves cackled, but there was something forced about his tone. Should tell Filchy, I should. But you won't, Harry said confidently. You've been protecting me, haven't you? Like with the troll. Peeves did a somersault in the air, his grin never wavering. Peeves doesn't protect. Peeves makes trouble. Chaos and mayhem. Then why have you been following me? Harry challenged. Why did you make my broom move during Quidditch practice? Why did you attack the troll? The poltergeist zipped closer, hovering just above Harry's eye level. His perpetual smile faltered for just a moment. Potty Potter asks too many questions, he said, his voice dropping lower. Questions with dangerous answers. I need to know, Harry insisted. Is it because of my family? The Potters? Peeves' eyes widened fractionally. He opened his mouth, then closed it, looking uncharacteristically conflicted. Finally, He darted even closer, so close that Harry could feel a strange coldness radiating from his translucent form. "Old magic," Peeves whispered, his usual sing-song voice replaced with something ancient and serious. "Binds Peeves to watch. To guard. Bound by oath to the ancient blood." Harry's heart raced. "My father's family?" But Peeves suddenly jerked backward, as if pulled by an invisible force. His expression contorted, and when he spoke again, it was in his normal, mocking tone. "Potty should go back to bed. Before something bad happens." With that, he zoomed away down the corridor, cackling loudly enough to wake the portraits, who grumbled in their frames. Harry stood frozen, processing what had just happened. Peeves had almost confirmed it, he was bound by some ancient magic to protect Harry. But something had stopped him from explaining further. As Harry turned to head back to Gryffindor Tower, he noticed Professor Quirrell standing at the far end of the corridor, watching silently. Their eyes met briefly before the professor turned and walked quickly away, his footsteps echoing in the empty hallway. Harry's scar throbbed painfully. "He actually spoke to you?" Hermione whispered excitedly at breakfast. "About an oath?" Harry nodded, keeping his voice low. "But something stopped him from telling me more. And Quirrell was there, watching us." "That's the second time he's shown up when you're asking about Peeves," Ron noted, shoveling eggs into his mouth. "Bit suspicious, isn't it?" Hermione frowned. "I've been thinking about Professor Quirrell. Don't you find it odd that he arrived at the troll scene last, even though the dungeons, where the troll was supposed to be, are his specialty?" "Maybe he was just scared," Ron suggested. "Bloke seems terrified of his own shadow." Harry wasn't so sure. There was something about Quirrell that didn't add up, the way he sometimes caught the professor watching him with an intensity that belied his stuttering persona. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of the morning mail. Hundreds of owls streamed into the great hall, circling until they located their recipients. To Harry's surprise, Hedwig swooped down with a small, folded note. "Who's sending you mail?" Ron asked, curious. Harry unfolded the parchment. The handwriting was unfamiliar, a spidery scrawl that simply read, "Tonight. Midnight. Trophy room. Come alone if you want answers about the oath. Tell no one." "Who's it from?" Hermione asked, trying to peek at the note. Harry hesitated, then slid it into his pocket. "No one. Just, something about Quidditch practice." He caught Ron's confused expression and gave a tiny shake of his head. Whatever was happening with Peeves, Harry sensed it was dangerous to involve too many people. And after seeing Quirrell's strange behavior, he wasn't sure who to trust. That evening, Harry made an excuse about forgetting a book in the library and slipped away from his friends. Under his invisibility cloak, he made his way to the trophy room, his wand gripped tightly in his sweaty palm. The note could be a trap, but it could also be his chance to understand the bizarre connection between himself and the castle's poltergeist. The trophy room was dark and silent, moonlight gleaming off hundreds of cups, shields, plates, and statues. Harry removed his cloak, illuminating his wand with a whispered "Lumos." "Hello," he called softly. "I'm here." No response. Harry moved deeper into the room, examining the ancient trophies. One display caught his eye, a small, tarnished shield bearing the name, Charles Potter, for special services to the school, dated 1943. Was this a relative? Another Potter that Peeves had been bound to protect? A soft noise behind him made Harry whirl around. Professor Quirrell stood in the doorway, his turban slightly askew. "P.P. Potter," he stuttered. "Out of bed again?" Harry gripped his wand tighter. "I was just looking for answers." Quirrell stepped into the room, closing the door behind him. "About a certain poltergeist?" "You sent the note," Harry realized. "Why?" Quirrell's stuttering suddenly vanished. "Because Peeves has become problematic." His unusual fixation on you has not gone unnoticed. Harry backed away slowly. Something was very wrong. Quirrell's demeanor had changed completely, his shoulders straightened, his eyes sharpened, and his voice held none of its usual tremor. "What do you want?" Harry asked, trying to keep his voice steady. "Information," Quirrell replied coldly. "What has the poltergeist told you about his connection to your family?" "Nothing," Harry lied. "I don't know what you're talking about." Quirrell's lips curled into a thin smile. "I think you do, Potter. I've seen how he shadows you. How he intervened with the troll. Peeves has never shown such devotion before. Not in all my research." "Your research?" "About Hogwarts defenses," Quirrell explained, slowly circling Harry. "About what stands between certain artifacts and those who seek them. Peeves was never supposed to be a factor. A mere nuisance, yes, but not a guardian." Harry's mind raced. The third-floor corridor. The thing Hagrid had removed from Gringotts. Was that what Quirrell was after? "I don't know anything about guardians," Harry insisted. "Peeves just plays pranks on everyone." "Lies," Quirrell hissed, his face hardening. "I saw him speak to you last night. I saw his protection during the troll incident. The poltergeist has revealed himself, and now I need to know the extent of his powers. What ancient magic binds him to you?" Harry edged toward the door. "Maybe you should ask him yourself." "Oh, I intend to," Quirrell raised his wand. "After I extract what you know. Petrificus totalis." Harry dodged behind a large trophy case, the spell hitting a silver cup that immediately froze in place. Heart pounding, he pointed his wand around the corner. "Flipendo," he shouted, using the only offensive spell he knew. The knockback jinx caught Quirrell off guard, sending him stumbling into a display of Quidditch trophies. Glass shattered as cups and medals crashed to the floor. Harry made a dash for the door, but Quirrell recovered quickly. "Locomotor mortis," the professor snarled. Harry's legs snapped together, sending him tumbling to the ground. His wand skittered across the floor, out of reach. Quirrell approached slowly, his face twisted with cold fury. "Foolish boy," he said softly. "Did you really think?" His words cut off abruptly as the temperature in the room plummeted. The moonlight dimmed, as if something was absorbing the very illumination from the air. A high-pitched whistling grew louder, building to a terrible screeching sound that made both Harry and Quirrell clap their hands over their ears. Then Peeves appeared, but not the Peeves that students knew. This being was darker, larger, his usual colorful clothes replaced by swirling shadows. His eyes glowed with an eerie blue light, and when he spoke, his voice resonated with power. "You dare," the poltergeist thundered. "You dare threaten the air." Quirrell raised his wand, but Peeves moved faster than Harry thought possible. The poltergeist swept toward the professor, his form expanding until he towered over them both. Objects around the room began to rattle, trophies, shields, even the glass display cases, vibrating with increasing intensity. "This is not your concern, spirit," Quirrell said, his voice strangely doubled, as if someone else spoke with him. "The boy is nothing to you. Sworn to protect. Bound by ancient oath." Peeves' form pulsated with each word. "Potter blood under my watch." With a thunderous crash, every trophy in the room exploded from its case, hurling themselves at Quirrell. The professor managed to deflect some with a hasty shield charm, but others struck him, drawing blood from his face and hands. "Spiritus repello!" Quirrell shouted, slashing his wand through the air. A blast of sickly yellow light shot toward Peeves, but the poltergeist merely absorbed it, growing larger still. His laughter, no longer mischievous but terrible and ancient, filled the room as he swooped toward Quirrell. The professor stumbled backward, his face contorted with rage and fear. For a moment, Harry thought he saw something else in Quirrell's eyes, a reddish gleam that didn't belong. "This isn't over," Quirrell hissed, before turning and fleeing through the door. The leg-locking curse broke as soon as the professor disappeared. Harry scrambled to his feet, retrieving his wand with shaking hands. Peeves remained hovering in the center of the room, his form slowly shrinking back to its normal size, the shadows receding. Peeves. Harry ventured cautiously. The poltergeist turned to him, still radiating cold energy. For a long moment, he simply stared at Harry with those glowing blue eyes. Then, gradually, his usual appearance reasserted itself, the colorful clothes, the wide grin, though his expression remained uncharacteristically serious. Potty Potter should be more careful, Peeves said, his voice almost back to normal. Dark wizards seek dark prizes. And some wear masks within masks. Quirrell, he's after something in the castle, isn't he? Something on the 3rd floor. Peeves did a slow somersault, his expression troubled. Peeves knows many secrets. Some he cannot tell. Some he must not tell. He drifted closer to Harry. But Peeves watches. Peeves guards. As he has always guarded the Potter blood. But why? Harry pressed. What oath binds you to my family? The poltergeist twisted his mouth, as if fighting against some invisible constraint. Ancient magic, from the time of founders, can say no more. He clutched at his throat dramatically. Bound by magic older than Peeves himself. Harry took a step closer. My father, did you protect him too? And his father before him? A strange, almost gentle expression crossed Peeves' face. All Potters under Peeves' watch. Since the beginning. Since the oath was made. His voice dropped to a whisper. But you, Potty Potter, you need Peeves most of all. Because of Quirrell. Because of what hides behind the turban, Peeves hissed, suddenly deadly serious. Old enemy. Ancient hatred. Before Harry could ask what he meant, they heard footsteps approaching, probably Filch, alerted by the commotion. Peeves immediately reverted to his usual self, cackling madly. Students out of bed. Mischief and mayhem in the trophy room, he bellowed at top volume, winking at Harry before zooming toward the ceiling. Harry barely had time to throw his invisibility cloak over himself before Filch burst through the door, lantern held high. Peeves, the caretaker snarled. What have you done this time, you miserable? Harry slipped out the opposite door as Peeves led Filch on a merry chase, smashing more trophies and singing rude songs at the top of his lungs. The perfect cover for Harry's escape. But as he made his way back to Gryffindor Tower, Harry couldn't shake Peeves' words from his mind. What hides behind the turban? Old enemy. Ancient hatred. And most troubling of all, you need Peeves most of all. The following weeks brought increasing unease. Harry told Ron and Hermione about his encounter with Quirrell and Peeves, though he kept certain details to himself, particularly about the old enemy Peeves had mentioned. He wasn't sure why, but something told him to be cautious. They agreed that Quirrell must be after whatever was hidden on the 3rd floor, the thing Fluffy was guarding. But they couldn't understand why the professor would see Peeves as a threat, or why the poltergeist was bound to protect Harry specifically. Hermione redoubled her research efforts, disappearing into the library at every opportunity. Ron kept watch on Quirrell during classes, noting the professor's increasingly frequent absences. And Harry found himself growing more aware of Peeves' constant presence. The poltergeist was always nearby, though he maintained his troublemaking facade to avoid suspicion. Then came the news that Hagrid was raising a dragon, and their focus temporarily shifted. But even as they helped smuggle Norbert to Charlie's friends, Harry noticed Peeves clearing their path through the castle, distracting Filch at key moments while pretending to wreak his usual havoc. It was after they were caught returning from the astronomy tower, after losing 150 points for Gryffindor, that Harry had his next significant encounter with the poltergeist. Relegated to outcast status by his fellow students, Harry found himself walking alone through the castle one afternoon. The weight of his housemates' disappointment hung heavy on his shoulders. Even Ron and Hermione seemed subdued around him. As he passed a deserted classroom, he heard a familiar voice, not singing or causing trouble, but speaking softly. Harry paused, then quietly pushed the door open a crack. Peeves floated in the center of the room, apparently talking to himself. But his words made Harry's blood run cold. Growing stronger, the poltergeist muttered, his back to the door. Dark magic gathers. Old enemy seeks the stone. Quirrell is merely the vessel. Harry leaned closer, straining to hear. Peeves must protect the Potter boy, he continued, his voice uncharacteristically grave. Oath demands it. But the turban hides him, the one Peeves cannot touch directly. Ancient rules. Ancient boundaries. Him. Harry wondered. Who was Quirrell hiding? The door creaked under Harry's weight. Peeves spun around, his expression morphing instantly from concern to manic glee. Eavesdropping, Potty. Naughty, naughty, he cackled, zooming toward the ceiling. Peeves, wait, Harry called, stepping into the room. You said Quirrell is hiding someone. Who? The poltergeist did a backflip, avoiding the question. Peeves says lots of things. Silly things. Mad things. Please, Harry pressed. If I'm in danger, I need to know. Peeves paused, hovering uncertainly. He opened his mouth, closed it, then opened it again. Finally, he darted down to Harry's level, his voice dropping to a whisper. Some names Peeves cannot speak. Some secrets Peeves cannot tell. He glanced around nervously. But Peeves can show. The poltergeist zoomed to a chalkboard and, with a flourish of his transparent hand, began to write. Harry watched in astonishment as letters appeared, as if Peeves was manipulating the chalk through sheer will. TOMMRVOLORIDDLE. The letters rearranged themselves before Harry's eyes. IMLORDVOLDMORT. Harry staggered backward, his scar suddenly burning. Voldemort. He's here. With Quirrell. Peeves nodded vigorously, then quickly erased the board by sending it crashing to the floor. How? Harry gasped. Everyone says he's gone. Not gone, Peeves said, suddenly serious again. Never gone. Just, less. Searching for a way back. The stone would give him flesh again. The Philosopher's Stone, Harry realized. That's what Fluffy's guarding. That's what he wants. Peeves nodded again, his usual manic energy subdued. Quirrell serves him. Carries him. But cannot get past the obstacles alone. Harry's mind raced. I have to tell Dumbledore. Dumbledore gone, Peeves said. Called to ministry. Trap, trap, trap. Gone. Harry's stomach dropped. When? Today. Left by flu. Urgent owl came during lunch. Harry hadn't even noticed the headmaster's absence. With Dumbledore gone, there was nothing stopping Quirrell, and Voldemort, from making their move. I need to stop them, Harry said, more to himself than to Peeves. We need to get to the stone first. Peeves zoomed around the room, agitated. Dangerous. Too dangerous for little Potter. Many protections, many traps. But you'll help me, right? Harry challenged. You're bound to protect me, after all. The poltergeist stilled, fixing Harry with an unusually calculating look. Clever Potty. Using the oath against Peeves. A slow grin spread across his face. Yes. Peeves will help. Peeves must help. But not alone, bring your friends. 3 better than 1. Harry nodded. Tonight. After everyone's asleep. We'll go to the 3rd floor corridor. Peeves did a somersault, his normal exuberance returning. Peeves will watch. Peeves will guard. Potty Potter won't be harmed. He cackled, zooming toward the ceiling. Much. As the poltergeist disappeared through the wall, Harry stood still, processing everything he'd learned. Quirrell was harboring Voldemort. The same dark wizard who had murdered his parents was here, in the castle, seeking the Philosopher's Stone to regain his power. And Harry's only ally, beyond his friends, was a chaotic poltergeist bound by some ancient oath to his family, a being that, until recently, he'd considered nothing more than an annoying troublemaker. He needed to find Ron and Hermione immediately. That evening, Hermione staged a small breakdown about the upcoming exams, ensuring that the Gryffindor common room emptied early as students fled her anxiety. Once they were alone, Harry explained everything Peeves had revealed. "You know who?" Ron whispered, face pale. "With Quirrell? All year?" "It makes sense," Hermione said, though she looked shaken. "The unicorn blood in the forest, Quirrell must have been drinking it to keep Voldemort alive." Ron flinched at the name. "And now Dumbledore's conveniently gone." "It's happening tonight," Harry confirmed. "Peeves said Quirrell's been waiting for Dumbledore to leave. We have to get to the stone first." "But how do we get past Fluffy?" Ron asked. "And whatever else is guarding it?" "Hagrid said music puts Fluffy to sleep," Harry reminded them. "And Peeves said he'd help us. Can we trust him?" Hermione looked doubtful. "I mean, he's Peeves. He's been protecting me all year," Harry said. "Whatever oath binds him to my family, it's powerful. You saw what he did to that troll." They agreed to meet at 11, when the dormitories would be quiet. Harry spent the intervening hours pacing anxiously, wondering what obstacles awaited them beyond the trapdoor. When the time finally came, they gathered under the invisibility cloak and made their way to the third floor. The corridor was deserted. Fluffy's growls rumbled behind the locked door. Harry pulled out the flute Hagrid had given him for Christmas. "I'll play, you two open the trapdoor," he whispered. But before they could move, a familiar voice called softly from above. "Potty brings his friends to play. How delightful, how exciting." Peeves materialized above them, grinning widely. To Harry's surprise, the poltergeist held a small, silver instrument in his transparent hands. "Music for the puppy," Peeves explained, brandishing what looked like a tiny harp. "Peeves knows all the castle's secrets. All the Guardian's weaknesses." "You know what's guarding the stone?" Hermione asked, amazed. Peeves did a backward loop. "Professors each add protection. Plant snares, flying keys, giant chess, smelly trolls, logic puzzles, mirror traps." He counted them off on his fingers. "Peeves has watched them build their little obstacles. Then you know how to get through them." Ron exclaimed. "Some," Peeves admitted. "Not all. But Peeves can help with the doggy." They approached the door cautiously. Harry raised his wand. "Alohomora." The lock clicked open. Inside, Fluffy growled, all three heads focusing on the intruders. Peeves immediately flew forward, plucking at his silver harp. A haunting, ethereal melody filled the room, far more beautiful than Harry would have expected from the mischievous spirit. The effect was instantaneous. Fluffy's eyelids drooped, his growls subsided, and within moments, the massive dog was snoring peacefully. "Quickly," Hermione whispered, pointing to the trapdoor beneath one of Fluffy's paws. "Before he wakes up." They dragged the huge paw aside and pulled open the trapdoor. A dark, seemingly bottomless pit awaited them. "I'll go first," Harry said, sitting on the edge with his legs dangling. "If anything happens, get out and send an owl to Dumbledore." "Not alone," Peeves interrupted, his music never faltering. "Peeves comes too. Oath demands it." Harry nodded, then took a deep breath and pushed himself into the darkness. He fell for what seemed like an eternity before landing on something soft and yielding. Moments later, Ron and Hermione tumbled down beside him. "Lucky this plant thing's here," Ron commented, shifting to make himself more comfortable. Hermione gasped. "Lucky? Look at you." Harry looked down and saw tendrils of the plant wrapping around his legs. The more he struggled, the tighter they gripped. Devil's snare. Hermione cried. It likes dark and damp, fire. Harry choked as a tendril wrapped around his chest. We need fire. Hermione pulled out her wand, but before she could cast a spell, Peeves appeared above them, still playing his harp with one hand. With the other, he made a gesture toward the plant, and suddenly the chamber was filled with blinding light and scorching heat. The devil's snare recoiled immediately, dropping them to the floor below. Peeves can make fire, the poltergeist announced proudly, tucking his harp away. And light. And many troublesome things. Harry stared at him in amazement. I thought poltergeists couldn't do real magic. Just mischief. Peeves winked. Peeves is special poltergeist. Very old. Very powerful. He zoomed ahead down a stone passageway. This way to the next task. The passage sloped downward, taking them deeper beneath the castle. They could hear the soft trickle of water running down the walls. The air grew cooler, damper. Do you hear something? Ron whispered. A soft rustling and clinking sound drifted from up ahead. As they entered a brilliantly lit chamber, they saw what was making the noise, dozens of winged keys fluttering near the ceiling like strange, metallic birds. The flying keys, Peeves confirmed, pointing to a wooden door on the opposite side. One key fits. Must catch the right one. Broomsticks leaned against the wall. Harry examined the door lock. We're looking for a big, old-fashioned key. Probably silver, like the handle. Ron and Hermione each grabbed a broomstick, but before they could mount up, Peeves let out an exasperated sigh. Too slow, he complained. Quirrell already passed through. Already ahead. The poltergeist shot upward, darting among the keys with supernatural speed. His translucent hands passed through most of them, but occasionally he seemed able to make contact, knocking keys aside until he found a large silver one with bent wings. This one, he called, hurting it downward. Catch it, Potty. Harry jumped, snatching the key out of the air. It struggled in his grip as he forced it into the lock and turned. The door swung open, and they hurried through, releasing the battered key to rejoin its companions. The next chamber was dark until they stepped inside. Suddenly, light flooded the room, revealing an enormous chessboard with pieces taller than they were. Behind the black chessmen, they could see another door. Now what? Hermione whispered. Obvious, isn't it? Ron said, surveying the board. We've got to play our way across. Peeves floated above the board, making sking sounds. Boring game. Too slow. He zoomed to the White King and began making faces, singing insulting songs at top volume. The stone figure remained impassive. It won't work, Peeves, Ron said. We have to play properly. Does Weasley know chess? The poltergeist asked, suddenly interested. Ron nodded. Pretty well, yeah. Then Weasley directs. Potty and Bushy take places. Peeves did a somersault. Peeves will help. Under Ron's direction, they took positions on the board, Harry as a bishop, Hermione as a castle, Ron himself as a knight. The game began, White making the first move. Ron proved to be an excellent strategist, directing their pieces with confidence. But Peeves proved to be the unexpected advantage. As the game progressed, the poltergeist would occasionally drift near the white pieces, whispering to them. To Harry's astonishment, some of the white chessmen would then make small mistakes, moving to the wrong square or overlooking threats. Are you confusing them? Hermione asked in disbelief. Peeves cackled. Chess pieces have tiny brains. Easy to muddle. Thanks to this supernatural interference, they progressed across the board more quickly than they might have otherwise. Still, it was a brutal game. White pieces showed no mercy as they smashed their black opponents, removing them from the board. Almost there, Ron muttered, surveying the remaining pieces. Just need to sacrifice my knight, then Harry can checkmate the king. No, Harry protested, seeing Ron's plan. There must be another way. It's chess, Harry. Ron snapped. Sometimes sacrifices have to be made. Once I move, the queen will take me, leaving you free to checkmate the king. Before Harry could argue further, Ron moved his horse forward. The White Queen pounced immediately, striking Ron's knight with her stone arm. The redhead crashed to the floor as his piece was dragged from the board. Harry moved diagonally as instructed. Checkmate, he called, his voice shaking. The White King removed his crown and tossed it at Harry's feet. The chessmen parted, clearing the way to the next door. Harry and Hermione rushed to Ron's side. He's just knocked out, Hermione confirmed, checking his pulse. But we can't take him with us. Harry looked torn. We can't just leave him. Peeves will guard Weasley, the poltergeist offered, hovering protectively over Ron's unconscious form. Keep him safe until you return. Harry hesitated. He needed Peeves' help for whatever lay ahead, but Ron needed protection too. Peeves seemed to read his thoughts. Oath is to protect Potter first. But Peeves can watch over Potter's friend while still helping. Peeves can be in many places. To demonstrate, his form seemed to split. One Peeves remained with Ron while another accompanied Harry and Hermione toward the door. How are you doing that? Hermione gasped. Peeves is not simple ghost, the poltergeist replied cryptically. Peeves is bound to the castle itself. Can extend through its stones. They continued forward, leaving Ron under Peeves' watchful eye. The next chamber held a troll, even larger than the one they'd faced on Halloween. Fortunately, it was already unconscious, a bloody lump on its head. Quirrell's work, Harry said grimly. He's definitely ahead of us. Beyond the troll was a chamber containing a table with 7 differently shaped bottles standing in a line. As they stepped over the threshold, purple flames sprang up behind them, while black flames blocked the doorway ahead. Snape's obstacle, Hermione said, picking up a roll of parchment from the table. She read the logic puzzle aloud, a riddle explaining which bottles contained poison, which contained wine, which would allow them to go forward through the black flames, and which would let them go back through the purple ones. While Hermione worked on the puzzle, Peeves drifted around the chamber, examining the bottles with interest. Clever puzzle, he admitted. Even Peeves would need time to solve. Hermione pointed to the smallest bottle. This one will get us through the black fire, toward the stone. Harry picked it up, noting how little liquid it contained. There's only enough for one of us. Which means I go on alone, Harry decided after a brief discussion. You take the potion to go back, get Ron, and send an owl to Dumbledore. Hermione hugged him tightly. Harry, please be careful. I will, he promised. And I won't be alone. He glanced at Peeves, who gave him a thumbs up. I've got my very own poltergeist bodyguard. After Hermione had gone back through the purple flames, Harry took a deep breath and drank the tiny bottle's contents. An icy feeling spread through his body. Ready, Peeves? He asked. The poltergeist nodded, his expression unusually serious. Peeves is always ready. Bound by oath to protect. Together, they stepped through the black flames. The final chamber was smaller than the previous rooms, dominated by a familiar object in the center, the Mirror of Erist. And in front of it stood Professor Quirrell, his back to them, his turban slightly askew. I wondered if I'd be seeing you, Potter, Quirrell said without turning around. His voice was different, no stutter, no tremor, just cold confidence. You! Harry couldn't help exclaiming. Even after everything Peeves had told him, it was still shocking to see Quirrell so transformed. Me, the professor agreed, finally turning to face them. His eyes flickered to Peeves, who hovered at Harry's shoulder. And I see you've brought your spectral guardian. How touching. Peeves made no jokes, no silly faces. He simply stared at Quirrell with an intensity Harry had never seen before. "He knows what you're hiding," Harry said boldly. "He told me who's under that turban." Quirrell's face tightened. "Did he now? Interesting." He snapped his fingers, and ropes sprang out of thin air, wrapping themselves around Harry. Peeves let out an enraged shriek, diving toward Quirrell. But before he could reach the professor, Quirrell raised his wand. "Spiritus Catina," he shouted. Glowing silver chains erupted from his wand, wrapping around Peeves. The poltergeist writhed, his form flickering like a faulty television. "Ancient binding magic," Quirrell explained smoothly. "Temporarily neutralizes spiritual entities. I've been researching it ever since I noticed his unusual interest in you, Potter." Harry struggled against his ropes, watching helplessly as Peeves fought against the magical chains. "Now," Quirrell continued, turning back to the mirror, "help me with this. I see the stone in the mirror. I see myself presenting it to my master. But I cannot get it out." "Your master," Harry repeated, stalling for time as he worked against his bonds. "Voldemort." Quirrell didn't flinch at the name. "Yes. The greatest wizard who ever lived. He shares my body, guides me, but he needs the stone to regain his own form." A high, cold voice suddenly filled the chamber. "Let me speak to the boy, face to face." "Master, you are not strong enough." Quirrell protested. "I have strength enough, for this." Harry watched in horror as Quirrell unwound his turban. Where the back of his head should have been, there was a face, chalk white with glaring red eyes and slits for nostrils, like a snake. "Harry Potter," it whispered. "See what I have become. Mere shadow and vapor, forced to share another's body, but with the elixir of life, I will create a new body of my own." Beside Harry, Peeves had gone completely still, his eyes fixed on Voldemort's face with what looked like ancient recognition. "Never," Harry managed to say, still fighting against his bindings. "Don't be a fool," Voldemort hissed. "Better to join me than die like your parents, they died begging for mercy." "Liar!" Harry shouted. Voldemort smiled. "How touching. I always value bravery. Yes, your parents were brave. I killed your father first, and he put up a courageous fight, but your mother needn't have died, she was trying to protect you." As Voldemort spoke, something strange was happening to Peeves. The poltergeist's form was changing, growing darker, more substantial. The silver chains still bound him, but they seemed to be stretching, weakening. "Now give me the stone, Potter," Voldemort demanded, "unless you want your mother's death to have been in vain." "Never." Harry repeated, finally managing to loosen one arm from the ropes. "Seize him," Voldemort commanded. Quirrell lunged forward, grabbing Harry by the wrist. Immediately, searing pain shot through Harry's scar. But something else happened too. Quirrell howled in agony, releasing Harry's arm to examine his own blistering fingers. "I cannot touch him," Quirrell cried. "Then kill him, fool," Voldemort screeched. As Quirrell raised his wand, there was a tremendous crack. The silver chains binding Peeves shattered, and the poltergeist erupted upward, his form now massive and wreathed in blue fire. "Ancient enemy!" Peeves thundered, his voice deeper and more terrible than Harry had ever heard it. "You shall not harm the heir of Gryffindor." Heir of Gryffindor? Harry thought in confusion. But there was no time to process this revelation. Peeves swept down between Harry and Quirrell, his burning form creating a barrier. Quirrell stumbled back, his face contorted with fear and rage. "You!" Voldemort hissed from the back of Quirrell's head. "The oath-bound guardian. You cannot interfere directly, the ancient rules forbid it." "Rules change when blood meets blood," Peeves replied, his voice resonating with power. "You marked him as your equal. You created the loophole." Understanding dawned on Harry. Voldemort had created a connection between them when he gave Harry his scar, a connection that somehow allowed Peeves to protect him more directly than the ancient rules would normally permit. Seizing the moment of confusion, Harry broke free from his bindings and lunged at Quirrell, pressing his hands against the professor's face. Quirrell screamed in agony as his skin blistered and burned at Harry's touch. Harry held on, even as the pain in his scar threatened to split his head in two. Peeves swooped around them, his fiery form illuminating the chamber. "Touch him, Potter. Your touch burns him." Harry didn't understand why, but he pressed forward, grabbing Quirrell's arm as the professor tried to throw him off. Wherever Harry touched, Quirrell's skin burned and cracked. Voldemort was screaming, "Kill him! Kill him!" But Quirrell was weakening, unable to fight as his body literally crumbled beneath Harry's hands. The pain in Harry's head grew unbearable. As darkness began to close in, the last thing he saw was Peeves expanding above them, engulfing both Harry and Quirrell in swirling blue fire. Then everything went black. Harry awoke in the hospital wing, sunlight streaming through tall windows. Dumbledore sat beside his bed, blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. "Good afternoon, Harry," the headmaster said gently. Everything came rushing back: Quirrell, Voldemort, the stone, and Peeves. Harry struggled to sit up. "Sir. The stone, calm yourself, dear boy. Professor Quirrell does not have the stone." "Then who does?" "It has been destroyed," Dumbledore explained. "My friend Nicholas and I agreed it was for the best." As Harry processed this, another question formed. "And Voldemort?" "Gone, for now. Without the stone, without Quirrell's body to possess, he has fled. But he will seek other ways to return." Harry nodded slowly, then asked the question that had been burning in his mind since he awoke. "Sir. What Peeves said in the chamber. He called me the heir of Gryffindor." "What did he mean?" Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. "Did he indeed? How fascinating." The headmaster leaned back in his chair, studying Harry thoughtfully. "The Potter family is indeed very ancient, Harry. Some genealogists believe they can trace the line back to Godric Gryffindor himself, though it has never been conclusively proven. And Peeves, he's bound to protect my family. Because of some oath." A smile played at Dumbledore's lips. "Ah, Peeves. One of Hogwarts' most enduring mysteries. The stories say he has existed since the Founder's time, not a ghost, but a spirit of mischief and chaos. And yet, there have always been whispers that he serves some greater purpose." Harry waited, hoping for more, but Dumbledore merely adjusted his glasses. "Perhaps that is a conversation for another time. When you're older, and when certain arrangements are more secure." Frustrated but too tired to press further, Harry asked about his friends, learning that both Ron and Hermione were safe and that the whole school was talking about their adventure. After Dumbledore left, Harry lay back, staring at the ceiling. He still had so many questions. About Peeves. About his family's connection to Gryffindor. About the ancient magic that had protected him from Voldemort. As if summoned by his thoughts, a familiar cackling laugh echoed from somewhere above his bed. Harry looked up to see Peeves floating near the ceiling, looking completely normal, no blue fire, no massive form, just the usual colorful troublemaker. "Potty Potter awakes," the poltergeist announced cheerfully. Peeves was worried. Well, not worried. Peeves doesn't worry. Peeves just checked. Frequently. Every hour. Maybe every minute. Despite everything, Harry smiled. "You saved my life." Peeves did a somersault. Peeves had no choice. Bound by oath and all that boring business. But there was something different in his tone, something almost affectionate. "You called me the heir of Gryffindor," Harry said. "Is it true?" The poltergeist pressed his transparent fingers to his lips. "Some secrets Peeves cannot tell. Not yet. Magic binds Peeves' tongue. But you'll keep protecting me?" Peeves has no choice, the poltergeist repeated, though his wide grin belied his put-upon tone. Ancient oath. Terrible burden. Very bothersome. Harry couldn't help laughing. Thank you, Peeves. For everything. The poltergeist blew a raspberry, then zoomed toward the ceiling. Rest now, Potter. Grow stronger. His voice dropped to a whisper. Dark times coming. Peeves will watch. Peeves will guard. As the poltergeist disappeared through the ceiling, Harry settled back against his pillows. He still had countless questions, but one thing was certain, he had an unexpected ally at Hogwarts. A chaotic, unpredictable, powerful ally. Whatever came next, he wouldn't face it alone. Chapter 2, Spectral Guardian. The train ride back to London buzzed with the story of Harry Potter's confrontation with Quirrell. By the time they pulled into King's Cross, there were at least 7 different versions floating around, each more outlandish than the last. In one, Harry had single-handedly battled a possessed Quirrell in a duel that lasted hours. In another, Dumbledore had arrived in the nick of time, riding a phoenix. None of them mentioned Peeves. Harry preferred it that way. The poltergeist's involvement was his secret, well, his and Ron and Hermione's. Even in his final days at Hogwarts, Harry had caught glimpses of Peeves watching him from corners, behind statues, or hovering near ceilings. The strange bond between them felt too private, too mysterious to share with the gossip mill of Hogwarts. Write to me this summer, yeah. Ron said as they crossed through the barrier back to the Muggle world. Both of you. Every week, Hermione promised, giving them each a quick hug. Harry nodded, though he doubted Uncle Vernon would appreciate Owl Post. I'll try. If the Dursleys don't lock me up first. As his friends headed toward their waiting families, Harry spotted Uncle Vernon standing as far from the other parents as possible, mustache twitching with displeasure. With a resigned sigh, Harry pushed his trolley toward him. Just before he reached his uncle, Harry felt a familiar cold prickling at the back of his neck. He glanced around but saw nothing unusual among the bustling station crowds. Then he heard it, a faint, familiar cackle. So quiet he might have imagined it. See you next term, Potty Potter, whispered a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Harry smiled. Even hundreds of miles from Hogwarts, his unusual guardian was watching. The summer dragged by with agonizing slowness. The Dursleys, terrified that Harry might turn them into dung beetles, kept their distance but also locked his school things in the cupboard under the stairs. No homework, no letters from his friends, no magic, just endless chores and avoiding Dudley's gang. Then, on his birthday, everything changed with the arrival of a house elf named Dobby. Harry Potter must not return to Hogwarts, the strange creature had insisted, right before dropping Aunt Petunia's pudding and vanishing with a crack. The resulting punishment was swift and severe. Uncle Vernon installed bars on Harry's window, a cat flap on his door, and locks on the outside. Hedwig was padlocked in her cage. Harry was let out only twice a day to use the bathroom. 3 days into his imprisonment, Harry lay on his bed staring at the ceiling, wondering if Ron had received any of his desperate messages. His stomach growled. The cold soup that Aunt Petunia had pushed through the cat flap hours ago had done little to satisfy his hunger. This is probably what Azkaban is like, he muttered to Hedwig, who clicked her beak sympathetically. A soft tapping sound made him turn toward the window. Nothing there but the iron bars silhouetted against the night sky. Then it came again, a gentle rapping, as if someone was knocking on glass. Harry sat up. The sound wasn't coming from the window, but from his wardrobe. Cautiously, he approached the old piece of furniture and pulled open the door. Nothing inside but his 2 large hand-me-downs. The knocking sound repeated, louder now. It seemed to be coming from the back panel of the wardrobe. Harry pushed aside his clothes and pressed his ear against the wood. Tap 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 tap, hello. Harry whispered, feeling slightly foolish. The tapping stopped, replaced by a faint, high-pitched giggle that made the hairs on Harry's arms stand up. Peeves. He breathed, barely daring to hope. The back panel of the wardrobe suddenly felt ice-cold beneath his palm. Frost crystals formed along its edges, spreading outward in delicate patterns. Then, impossibly, the solid wood rippled like water, and a familiar pearly white face pushed through. Potty imprisoned. Locked away. What would Dumbledore say? Peeves sang in a hushed voice, his head and shoulders emerging from the wardrobe as if it were a doorway. Peeves. Harry gasped. How? I thought you couldn't leave Hogwarts. The poltergeist wriggled further into the room, his transparent form casting weird shadows in the moonlight. Peeves goes where Peeves wants. Well, not exactly. Peeves goes where Peeves must. Oath pulls, oath tugs. Harry stared in amazement as the poltergeist fully emerged and did a backflip in the middle of his bedroom. But you've never left the castle before, have you? Not for centuries. Peeves agreed cheerfully. Very boring out here. No corridors to zoom through. No students to terrorize. He poked his head through the floor, then pulled back with a disgusted expression. And your aunt keeps this place far too clean. No dust to stir up at all. Despite his predicament, Harry felt a smile tug at his lips. What are you doing here, Peeves? The poltergeist's perpetual grin faltered slightly. Peeves felt the danger. Felt the magic. House elf magic, trying to keep Potter away from Hogwarts. He zoomed closer to Harry, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Bad things brewing at the castle. Dark magic stirring. But Potter must return. Oath demands it. Dobby said the same thing, about danger at Hogwarts, Harry whispered. But he wants me to stay away. Peeves blew a silent raspberry. Silly elf. Doesn't understand the bigger picture. Danger at Hogwarts, yes, but bigger danger if Potter stays away. He tugged at his bow tie anxiously. The oath grows restless. Old magics awaken. Harry sat back on his bed, trying to process this. So you came all this way to warn me? Warn you? No, no, no. Peeves cackled, zooming around the room. Peeves came to check on his charge. Make sure Potty wasn't in too much trouble. Well, I am, Harry said glumly, gesturing to the barred window and the locked door. Uncle Vernon's determined to keep me from going back to school. Peeves examined the bars with interest, then the locks on the door. Simple Muggle barriers. Pitiful. Pathetic. He poked a transparent finger through the door as if to emphasize its insubstantiality, to him, at least. Maybe for you, Harry sighed. But I can't walk through walls. The poltergeist did a thoughtful loop around the ceiling. Peeves cannot interfere directly with Muggles. Ancient rules. Binding magic. He tugged at his ear in frustration. But Peeves can, influence. Suggest. Maybe cause a little chaos. Before Harry could ask what he meant, Peeves suddenly vanished through the floor. Seconds later, a tremendous crash echoed from downstairs, followed by Aunt Petunia's shrill scream. Uncle Vernon's roar of outrage rumbled through the house. Dudley! What have you done to the television? More crashes followed. The sound of breaking glass. A strange gurgling noise that might have been water pipes bursting. Dudley's wail of protest. Petunia shrieking about the kitchen taps spraying on their own. Harry pressed his ear against his door, listening in astonishment as chaos unfolded throughout the house. Peeves reappeared through the ceiling, looking enormously pleased with himself. What did you do? Harry asked, torn between horror and delight. Nothing permanent, Peeves assured him, though his wicked grin suggested otherwise. Just a little midnight mischief. Your uncle's precious telly might never be the same, though. More shouting from below. Heavy footsteps thundered up the stairs. Harry's door flew open, revealing Uncle Vernon in striped pajamas, his face purple with rage. "You," he bellowed, jabbing a sausage-like finger at Harry. "Your freakishness is behind this." "I haven't done anything," Harry protested, backing away. "I've been locked in here the whole time." Vernon advanced into the room, fists clenched. "Don't lie to me, boy. First that wretched pudding, now this." Peeves zoomed between them, his form invisible to Vernon but his presence dropping the temperature in the room by 10 degrees. Uncle Vernon shuddered involuntarily, breath fogging in the suddenly icy air. What the devil," he stammered, looking around in confusion. Peeves leaned close to Vernon's ear and made a sound like fingernails on a chalkboard, a high, scraping screech that only Vernon seemed able to hear. The large man clapped his hands over his ears, eyes bulging. "What's happening?" Vernon gasped, backing toward the door. "What are you doing, boy?" "Nothing," Harry answered truthfully, watching in fascination as Peeves circled his uncle, making faces and occasionally passing through Vernon's substantial form, each transit causing his uncle to shiver violently. A particularly loud crash from downstairs, followed by Petunia's wail about the dining room chandelier, finally drove Vernon back to the landing. "This isn't over," he threatened, slamming and locking Harry's door again. Once his footsteps faded, Harry turned to Peeves with wide eyes. "He couldn't see you." "Muggles rarely can," Peeves confirmed, looking smug. "Unless Peeves wants them to. Which sometimes Peeves does, just for the screaming." "But you made him feel you," Harry realized. "The cold, the noise." Peeves did a pleased loop-the-loop. "Poltergeists exist between worlds. Between living and dead. Between seen and unseen." He winked at Harry. "Very useful for causing trouble." Harry sat back on his bed, a thought occurring to him. "You didn't come just to check on me, did you? You came to cause enough chaos that the Dursleys might let me go." The poltergeist's perpetual grin widened. "Clever potty. Very clever." He swooped down until he was eye level with Harry. "Oath compels Peeves to ensure Potter returns to Hogwarts. By any means necessary. Will you keep causing trouble until they let me leave?" "Every night." Peeves promised gleefully. "More and more. Taps that run backward. Floors that tilt. Pictures that move. Muggles hate such things. Drives them batty." Despite his situation, Harry laughed. Having a poltergeist on his side might just be the leverage he needed. "Just don't hurt them," he cautioned. "They're awful, but they're still my relatives." Peeves looked offended. "Peeves doesn't hurt. Peeves annoys. Peeves disrupts. Peeves drives to the brink of madness. But never hurts." He zipped around the room, straightening his bow tie proudly. A sudden thought struck Harry. "Wait, if you can leave Hogwarts to come here, can you take me back to the castle early?" The poltergeist's face fell. "Ah. No. Peeves cannot transport living humans. Another silly rule." He tugged at his ear again. "Peeves can haunt, can influence, can observe, can protect, but cannot physically move Potter anywhere." "Oh," Harry said, disappointed. "Worth a try." "But..." Peeves brightened, doing an excited somersault. "Peeves has seen 3 ginger-headed wizards in a flying car, circling this very house. Looking most suspicious." Harry's heart leapt. "Ron. And Fred and George. The troublemaking twins." Peeves confirmed with something like professional respect. "Peeves shall guide them here. Make sure they find the right window." Before Harry could respond, Peeves whooshed through the ceiling and vanished. Minutes later, the most wonderful sound reached Harry's ears, the rumble of an engine outside his window. He rushed over to see an old turquoise car floating in midair, with Ron's grinning face peering out of the back window. The escape from Privet Drive went far more smoothly than Harry could have hoped. While Fred and George worked on removing the bars from his window, Peeves caused a particularly dramatic disturbance in Dudley's room, ensuring the Dursleys were thoroughly distracted. By the time Uncle Vernon realized what was happening, Harry, his trunk, and Hedwig were already soaring away in Mr. Weasley's enchanted Ford Anglia. "I still can't believe Peeves came all the way to Surrey," Ron exclaimed as they flew toward the dawn. "Dad says poltergeists are bound to their haunting sites. They can't just pop off for a visit whenever they want." "He said something about the oath pulling him," Harry explained, watching the countryside unfold beneath them. "Like he could feel I was in trouble and needed to make sure I got back to Hogwarts." "Mental," Ron shook his head in amazement. "Completely mental." Fred glanced back from the driver's seat. "What's this oath business, anyway? You mentioned it in your letters, but you never really explained." Harry hesitated. The connection between himself and Peeves still felt intensely personal, and potentially dangerous if the wrong people found out about it. "It's complicated," he finally said. "Peeves is bound to protect my family for some reason. Has been for centuries, apparently." "Lucky you," George commented. "Having your own personal poltergeist bodyguard." "He's not exactly reliable," Harry pointed out. "And he still causes trouble for me sometimes. I think he has to maintain his cover or something." "Still," Fred insisted, "dead useful having the castle's most chaotic resident on your side. We've been trying to get in Peeves' good books for years." As they soared over the patchwork fields of the countryside, Harry wondered what awaited him in his second year at Hogwarts. Peeves had mentioned dark magic stirring and bad things brewing. Whatever danger loomed ahead, at least he knew he had an unexpected ally watching his back. Life at the Burrow was everything Privet Drive wasn't: warm, chaotic, and magical. Harry quickly fell into the rhythm of the Weasley household, playing Quidditch in the paddock, degenoming the garden, and listening to Mr. Weasley's enthusiastic questions about Muggle technology. But even in this happy bubble, Harry occasionally felt a familiar chill, a prickling sensation at the back of his neck that told him Peeves was checking in. The poltergeist never fully manifested, but Harry would sometimes catch glimpses of a pearly white form darting between the trees at the edge of the property, or hear a distant cackle on the wind. "Is that normal?" he asked Ron one evening as they packed their trunks for the return to Hogwarts. "For Peeves to keep watching me even when I'm miles from the castle?" Ron shrugged, stuffing a tangled pile of orange Chudley Cannon socks into his trunk. "Dunno. Nothing about Peeves is normal, is it? Fred and George reckon he's taken a real shine to you." "It's not that," Harry said, folding his new Weasley sweater carefully. "It's this oath he keeps mentioning. It's like he doesn't have a choice." "Maybe you should ask Hermione to research it when we get back to school," Ron suggested. "If anyone can dig up obscure magical oaths, it's her." Harry nodded, but something told him the answers wouldn't be found in the regular Hogwarts library. Whatever bound Peeves to the Potter family seemed to be ancient magic, the kind that existed before wizards started writing things down. The morning of September 1st dawned bright and chaotic. Despite Mrs. Weasley's best efforts, they were running late as they piled into Mr. Weasley's magically expanded Ford Anglia. Multiple return trips for forgotten items, Jinny's diary, George's fireworks, Ron's rat scabbers, meant they arrived at King's Cross with barely minutes to spare. "Percy first, Mrs. Weasley instructed, glancing anxiously at the large clock overhead, which showed they had less than 5 minutes until the Hogwarts Express departed. Percy strode confidently toward the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, disappearing as he made contact. Mr. Weasley went next with Jinny, followed by Fred and George. "You next, Harry," Mrs. Weasley urged. Harry positioned his trolley and broke into a run toward the seemingly solid barrier. But instead of passing through onto platform 9 3/4, he crashed spectacularly. His trolley rebounded, Hedwig's cage toppled to the ground with an indignant screech, and Harry found himself sprawled on the floor with curious muggles staring. "What in blazes do you think you're doing?" demanded a nearby guard. Lost control of the trolley, Harry gasped, as Ron helped him to his feet. Once the guard moved on, they tried again more carefully, but the barrier remained stubbornly solid. It sealed itself somehow, Ron whispered, pressing his hands against the barrier in disbelief. But why? The train leaves in exactly 58 seconds, Harry said, checking the clock. What do we do? Ron's eyes suddenly lit up. The car. Dad's car. We can fly it to Hogwarts. Harry hesitated only briefly before the familiar prickling sensation swept over him. The temperature around the barrier dropped noticeably, and a voice that only he seemed able to hear whispered in his ear, "Elf magic. Same as before. Trying to keep Potty from the castle. Peeves cannot break it directly." Peeves. Harry murmured, while Ron looked at him in confusion. "Fly the car," the poltergeist's voice urged. "Peeves will guide from above. Ensure safe arrival." Harry made his decision. "Let's do it." In retrospect, flying an enchanted Ford Anglia to Hogwarts ranked among Harry's less brilliant decisions. Despite Peeves' occasional guidance, manifesting as sudden cold drafts that pushed them back on course when they strayed, the journey was fraught with mishaps. They nearly collided with the Hogwarts Express, briefly lost sight of the train, and then, most catastrophically, crashed into the Whomping Willow on the edge of the school grounds. As they limped toward the castle, bruised and shaken, Ron mourned his broken wand while Harry worried about their inevitable punishment. "Could have been worse," Ron pointed out, wincing as he touched a cut on his forehead. "At least we didn't die." "We very nearly did," Harry reminded him. "If we'd hit that tree any harder, but you didn't," said a smug voice from above them. Peeves materialized fully, doing lazy loops in the air. Peeves made sure of that. Slowed the car just enough. "Fat lot of good it did," Ron grumbled, holding up his wand, which was now held together by only a few splinters. "Look at this. It's completely knackered." Peeves swooped closer, examining the damaged wand with interest. "Ooh, broken magic stick. Very dangerous. Might turn Weasley inside out next time he uses it." "That's not funny," Harry said, though he couldn't help smiling at the poltergeist's obvious delight. "Thanks for trying to help, anyway." Peeves performed an elaborate bow in midair. "Peeves' lives to serve." "Well, not really. Peeves' lives to cause chaos. But protecting Potty comes first." He somersaulted backward, then paused, his expression suddenly more serious. "Something tried to keep you away again. Same magic as the house elf. Someone very much doesn't want Harry Potter at Hogwarts this year." "But why?" Harry asked. The poltergeist tugged at his bow tie, looking uncharacteristically troubled. "Dark forces gathering. Old chamber stirring. History repeating." He glanced toward the castle, then back at Harry. "Peeves will watch more closely this year. Much more closely." With that cryptic warning, he zoomed away toward the castle, cackling loudly enough to alert anyone nearby to their presence. "Mental," Ron repeated, watching him go. "Completely mental." They'd barely made it into the entrance hall when Professor Snape descended upon them like an overgrown bat, his black robes billowing and his sallow face alight with malicious glee. "Well, well, well," he whispered, looming over them. "The train isn't good enough for famous Harry Potter and his faithful sidekick Weasley, is it? Wanted to make an entrance, did we?" The barrier sealed itself, Harry began. "Silence." Snape hissed. "Follow me." He led them down to his office in the dungeons, where their situation rapidly deteriorated. Snape had seen them fly the car in, had heard about the Muggle sightings, and was now threatening them with expulsion. Only Dumbledore's timely arrival with Professor McGonagall prevented Snape from getting his wish. Their punishment, while not expulsion, was still severe, detention and a letter home to the Weasleys. By the time they reached the Gryffindor common room, the feast was over and their fellow students were abuzz with rumors about their spectacular arrival. "Brilliant," exclaimed Lee Jordan, pumping Harry's hand. "Inspired." Flying a car right into the Whomping Willow. People will be talking about that for years. It wasn't on purpose, Harry tried to explain, but no one was listening. Even Percy, while outwardly disapproving, couldn't quite hide the impressed glint in his eyes. Only Hermione was genuinely upset, giving them a lecture about responsibility that rivaled Professor McGonagall's. When she finally ran out of steam, Ron redirected the conversation by describing Peeves' unexpected appearance at Privet Drive. "That's incredibly unusual," Hermione said, momentarily distracted from her disappointment. "Poltergeists are manifestations of chaotic magical energy tied to specific locations. They can't just wander about the countryside." "That's what I said," Ron nodded. "But Harry reckons Peeves is bound to protect him by some ancient oath." Hermione's eyes widened. "An oath? What kind of oath?" Harry shook his head. "I don't know exactly. Peeves can't, or won't, tell me everything. Just that it's connected to my family and goes back centuries." "This is fascinating," Hermione breathed, her anger forgotten in the face of this magical mystery. "I need to research this immediately." "Library's closed," Ron pointed out. "It's almost midnight." "Tomorrow, then," she decided, already looking eager for morning. "There must be records of magical bindings like this. Especially if it's as ancient as you say." As they climbed the spiral staircase to their dormitory, Harry wondered if even Hermione's formidable research skills would uncover the truth. Some instinct told him that whatever bound Peeves to his family was older and deeper than anything found in Hogwarts library books. The first week of term set the tone for what would be a strange and troubling year. It began with Ron's broken wand backfiring spectacularly during Transfiguration, continued with Colin Creevy's persistent photography, and culminated in Gilderoy Lockhart releasing a cage full of Cornish pixies in defense against the dark arts. Through it all, Harry was increasingly aware of Peeves' presence. The poltergeist maintained his usual facade of random mischief, dropping ink pellets on first years, throwing chalk at teachers, writing rude words on blackboards, but Harry noticed he was always somewhere nearby. During the pixie disaster, Peeves had appeared at the classroom door, cackling at the chaos but subtly directing the worst of the tiny blue menaces away from Harry's vicinity. "Have you noticed how Peeves is everywhere we go lately?" Harry asked his friends as they walked to herbology one morning. "Not really," Ron shrugged. "He's always zooming around somewhere." "No, Harry's right," Hermione said thoughtfully. "I've been paying attention since you told me about this oath. He does seem to be following you, discreetly, for Peeves anyway. And he keeps watching Lockhart with this weird expression," Harry added. "Like he's trying to figure something out." "Maybe he's planning a massive prank on him," Ron suggested hopefully. "Turn his hair green or something." "It's more than that," Harry insisted. "It's like he doesn't trust him." Hermione looked scandalized. "Professor Lockhart is a respected member of staff. He's accomplished amazing things." Ron rolled his eyes. "According to his own books, yeah. I've been researching poltergeist oaths," Hermione said, changing the subject. "There's not much in the main library, but I did find a reference to spectral guardians in Hogwarts, a history. Apparently, some of the oldest wizarding families had protective spirits bound to them through magical contracts." "Like magical bodyguards?" Harry asked. Hermione nodded. "Exactly. The text doesn't go into detail, but it mentions that these guardians were usually bound by blood magic, some kind of sacrifice or exchange." "Blimey," Ron whispered. "That sounds serious. What kind of sacrifice?" "It doesn't say," Hermione admitted. "I need access to the restricted section for more information, but I haven't been able to get a permission slip yet." "Maybe we can ask Peeves directly," Harry suggested. "He seemed willing to tell me some things last year. But when they tried to corner the poltergeist after dinner that evening, he proved unusually elusive. Every time Harry spotted him in a corridor, Peeves would zoom away with a mischievous cackle, refusing to be pinned down for a serious conversation. "He's avoiding us on purpose," Harry said in frustration after their third attempt. Maybe he can't tell us more than he already has, Hermione reasoned. He mentioned being bound by rules, remember? Whatever the case, it became clear that Peeves wasn't ready to reveal more about his connection to Harry. The poltergeist maintained his watch from a distance, intervening only when absolutely necessary, like the following Saturday, when Harry encountered Draco Malfoy's deliberate attempt to test the rumors about his spectral protector. Wood had woken the Gryffindor team at dawn for their first training session of the year. Harry, still half asleep, was shuffling onto the pitch with his Nimbus 2000 over his shoulder when they discovered the Slytherin team had somehow booked the field for the same time. "I've got a specially signed note from Professor Snape," Flint, the Slytherin captain, smirked, handing a piece of parchment to Wood. Professor S. Snape, give the Slytherin team permission to practice today on the Quidditch pitch, owing to the need to train their new seeker." "You've got a new seeker?" Wood asked. "Who?" From behind the 6 large Slytherin players emerged a 7th, smaller figure, Draco Malfoy. "Aren't you Lucius Malfoy's son?" Fred asked, looking at Draco with dislike. "Funny you should mention Draco's father," Flint said, as the whole Slytherin team smiled broadly. "Let me show you the generous gift he's made to the team." All 7 held out their broomsticks. 7 highly polished, brand new handles and 7 sets of fine gold lettering spelling the words, Nimbus 2001, gleamed in the early morning sun. "The very latest model. Only came out last month," Flint said carelessly. "I believe it outstrips the old 2000 series by a considerable amount." As for the old clean sweeps, he smiled nastily at Fred and George, who were both clutching clean sweep 5s, sweeps the board with them. "At least no one on the Gryffindor team had to buy their way in," Hermione said sharply, having arrived with Ron to watch the practice. "They got in on pure talent." Malfoy's pale face went slightly pink. "No one asked your opinion, you filthy little mudblood." The pitch erupted. Flint had to dive in front of Malfoy to stop Fred and George jumping on him. Alicia shrieked, "How dare you!" Ron plunged his hand into his robes, pulled out his wand, and shouted, "You'll pay for that one, Malfoy." A loud bang echoed around the stadium, and a jet of green light shot out of the wrong end of Ron's wand, hitting him in the stomach and sending him reeling backward onto the grass. "Ron!" Hermione squealed, rushing to his side. Ron opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. Instead, he gave an almighty belch and several slugs dribbled out of his mouth onto his lap. The Slytherin team was paralyzed with laughter. Flint was doubled up, hanging onto his new broomstick for support. Malfoy was on all fours, banging the ground with his fist. Only Harry and the Gryffindor team gathered around Ron, who kept belching large, glistening slugs. "We'd better get him to Hagrid's, it's nearest," Harry said to Hermione, who nodded bravely, and they pulled Ron up by the arms. As they supported him off the field, Malfoy called after them, running away, "Potter. Isn't your special protector going to help? Or is that just another story to make yourself seem important?" Harry froze, turning slowly back toward Malfoy. "What did you say?" Malfoy's smirk widened. "Oh, you didn't think people would talk about how Peeves the poltergeist seems to follow you around? My father says it's pathetic attention-seeking, probably bribing the spirit with treats or something." "Ignore him," Hermione urged, tugging at Harry's sleeve. "Ron needs help." But Malfoy wasn't finished. "Let's test it, shall we? See if your ghostly bodyguard comes when called." He raised his wand. Serpensortia. The end of his wand exploded, and a long black snake shot out, falling heavily onto the grass between them. It raised itself, ready to strike, its fangs exposed and venom dripping. There were screams from the Gryffindor team. The Slytherins laughed. Wood moved forward to intervene, but suddenly a cold wind swept across the pitch, rustling the grass and dropping the temperature noticeably. Malfoy's smirk faltered as his breath fogged in the suddenly chilly air. "What the..." The snake seemed to freeze mid-strike, as if caught in an invisible grip. It writhed uncomfortably, then was suddenly flung backward, landing at Malfoy's feet. The Slytherin boy jumped back with a yelp. A high-pitched cackle echoed around the stadium, and Peeves materialized directly above them, spinning in midair with an expression of exaggerated innocence. Naughty snake. Bad snake. Might bite someone important. The poltergeist sang, swooping down to hover between Harry and the Slytherin team. Malfoy recovered his composure, sneering up at Peeves. So it's true. Potter's got the castle's most annoying pest-playing bodyguard. Peeves did a slow somersault, his perpetual grin never wavering. But Harry noticed something different in the poltergeist's eyes, a coldness that didn't match his playful demeanor. Little Malfoy plays with snakes, Peeves observed in a sing-song voice. Just like his daddy. Should be careful. Snakes bite the hand that feeds them. My father's on the board of governors, you know, Malfoy said, lifting his chin defiantly. He could have you exorcised from this castle with a snap of his fingers. The temperature dropped further. Harry could see frost forming on the grass around them. Peeves' form seemed to darken, to grow more substantial. Many have tried, the poltergeist said, his voice suddenly lower, older. Many have failed. Peeves was here before Malfoy's existed. Will be here long after their dust. The conjured snake began to move again, but instead of striking at Harry, it turned and lunged toward Malfoy. The blonde boy shrieked, jumping backward and colliding with Flint. In the confusion, the snake disappeared with a small pop. Peeves' appearance returned to normal, his usual manic grin spreading across his face. Oopsie. Did Peeves do that? How careless. Flint helped Malfoy to his feet, both boys looking considerably less confident. The other Slytherins backed away slightly, eyeing Peeves with newfound wariness. You'll regret that, Malfoy spat, though his voice trembled slightly. My father will hear about this. Oh yes, tell Daddy. Peeves encouraged, clapping his hands in mock excitement. Tell him Peeves says hello. And that Peeves remembers what happened to the last person who tried to remove him from Hogwarts. With a final cackle, the poltergeist zoomed away, pelting the Slytherin team with clods of dirt as he went. In the ensuing chaos, Harry and Hermione managed to get Ron away from the pitch and toward Hagrid's hut. Blimey, Ron managed between slug burps. Did you see Malfoy's face? I've never seen Peeves like that, Hermione said, looking troubled. He seemed almost dangerous. Harry nodded, remembering the cold fury in the poltergeist's eyes. Malfoy threatened him with exorcism. I think that was a step too far. But what did he mean about remembering what happened to the last person who tried to remove him? Hermione wondered. Harry had no answer, but the incident left him with a growing suspicion that Peeves' connection to Hogwarts, and to his family, went deeper than anyone realized. News of the confrontation spread through the school like wildfire. By dinner time, everyone was talking about how Peeves had defended Harry Potter against the Slytherin team. The story grew with each retelling. In some versions, Peeves had transformed into a terrifying specter that made Malfoy wet himself. In others, the poltergeist had summoned an army of ghosts to chase the Slytherins back to their dungeon. The truth was strange enough without embellishment. Harry found himself the subject of increased attention, curious stares, excited whispers, and even a few first-years who seemed to think he could command Hogwarts' resident troublemaker at will. This is ridiculous, Harry muttered to his friends as they walked to potions, trailed by a group of admiring second-years. Now everyone thinks I've got Peeves wrapped around my finger. It's not far from the truth, though, is it? Ron pointed out, having been cured of his slug problem by Hagrid's dubious remedy. He does seem pretty devoted to you. Not by choice, Harry reminded him. It's the oath. Which reminds me, Hermione said, lowering her voice. I've been asking around about spectral guardians. Nearly Headless Nick wouldn't tell me much, but the Fat Friar mentioned something interesting. Apparently, there's a whole section about magical bindings in the Founder's Wing of the library. There's a Founder's Wing? Harry asked, surprised. I've never seen it. That's because it's restricted to staff and certain 7th years doing advanced research, Hermione explained. But the friar said most of the books there are too old and valuable to be handled regularly anyway. They have copies of the important texts in the restricted section. So we're back to needing a permission slip, Ron sighed. Actually, Hermione smiled slightly, I've already thought of that. We need to ask Lockhart. Lockhart? Harry repeated incredulously. Why would he help us? Because he loves to seem important, Hermione said simply. And because I'll tell him I want to better understand a passage in Wanderings with Werewolves where he mentions binding a rogue spirit. Ron looked impressed. That's almost Slytherin of you, Hermione. She blushed. It's for research. And besides, I really did read that passage. It's on page 253. Their plan to approach Lockhart had to wait, however, as Harry's week was consumed by detention with Gilderoy Lockhart, helping the preening professor answer his fan mail. By the time Saturday arrived, Harry's hand was cramped from addressing envelopes, and his patience with Lockhart's self-aggrandizing stories had worn perilously thin. It was during this detention that Harry first heard the voice, a cold, murderous whisper that seemed to come from within the walls themselves. Come to me. Let me rip you. Let me tear you. Let me kill you. Harry jumped to his feet, heart racing. What? I know. Lockhart said, mistaking Harry's reaction. 6 solid months at the top of the bestseller list. Broke all records. No, Harry said urgently. That voice. Voice? Lockhart looked puzzled. What voice? As Harry tried to explain, the voice faded away. Lockhart clearly thought he was making it up, or falling asleep, and dismissed him shortly after. But as Harry walked back to Gryffindor Tower, the memory of that chilling whisper lingered. Even more disturbing was the fact that when he described it to Ron and Hermione in the common room, Peeves appeared almost instantly, manifesting beside the fireplace with an unusually serious expression. What voice did Potty hear? The poltergeist demanded, hovering anxiously. Where? When? Harry explained about the whisper in Lockhart's office. With each word, Peeves seemed to grow more agitated, tugging at his bow tie and performing nervous loop-the-loops. Not good, the poltergeist muttered. Not good at all. The chamber stirring. The air returning. What chamber? Hermione asked sharply. Do you mean the Chamber of Secrets? Peeves yelped as if stung, clapping his transparent hands over his ears. Peeves cannot say. Bound by older magic. Cannot speak of certain things directly. But you know what the voice is? Harry pressed. You know what I heard? The poltergeist nodded jerkily, still covering his ears. Ancient creature. Terrible hunter. Servant of. He trailed off, making a strangled noise. Whatever he was trying to say, the magical binding prevented him from continuing. Servant of who? Ron asked. You know who. Peeves shook his head violently. Older. Much older. From the time of the founders. He swooped down suddenly, getting right in Harry's face. Danger, Potty Potter. Great danger. Peeves will watch more closely now. Much more closely. With that cryptic warning, he shot up through the ceiling and vanished. Well, that was helpful, Ron said sarcastically. Really cleared things up. Actually, it did, Hermione said thoughtfully. If Peeves knows about this voice, and it's connected to the Chamber of Secrets, then it must be something very old, something that was here when he first became bound to the castle. The Chamber of Secrets is just a legend, though, isn't it? Harry asked. Hermione bit her lip. I don't think so. Not if Peeves reacted like that. But why can't he just tell us what it is? Ron wondered. He said he's bound by older magic, Harry reminded them. There are things he literally cannot say, even if he wants to. The three friends fell silent, contemplating this new complication. Finally, Hermione spoke. "We need to learn more about two things, the Chamber of Secrets and the oath binding Peeves to Harry's family. I think they might be connected somehow." "How do we do that if Peeves can't tell us directly?" Ron asked. "We go back to the original plan," Hermione decided. "We get access to the restricted section. Tomorrow, I'll ask Lockhart for a permission slip." As promised, Hermione approached Lockhart after Defense Against the Dark Arts the next day, flattering him shamelessly about his books and expressing her desire to better understand his spiritual binding techniques. The vain professor, predictably, signed the slip without even looking at what book she was requesting. "I can't believe that actually worked," Ron said as they hurried to the library that evening. "He didn't even read it." "I knew he wouldn't," Hermione replied, a touch smugly. "He's far too pleased with himself to think anyone would trick him." Madame Pants examined their permission slip with suspicion but eventually led them to the rope separating the restricted section from the main library. "1 hour," she warned. "And you're not to remove any books from this section." Once she'd moved away, they began scanning the shelves for anything related to spectral guardians or the Chamber of Secrets. "Here," Hermione whispered after several minutes, pulling down a massive tome entitled, Binding Magics of Britanniae, a compendium of ancient oaths and contracts. They carried it to a secluded table at the back of the section and began carefully turning the brittle pages. The book was handwritten in a spidery script, with illustrations that occasionally moved or shimmered as if underwater. "Look at this," Hermione said eventually, pointing to a chapter heading, Spiritus Custodes, the Binding of Protective Entities. The section described how powerful wizarding families in medieval times would sometimes bind spiritual entities to serve as guardians, not just for their homes, but for their bloodlines. These entities, neither fully ghost nor fully physical, existed in a liminal state that gave them unique abilities to protect their charges. "Listen to this," Hermione read quietly. "The binding of a Spiritus Custos requires 3 elements, a willing sacrifice from the binding family, a portion of the spirit's essential nature, and a physical anchor to which the spirit becomes tethered. Once bound, the guardian spirit cannot act directly against its charge, nor can it fully reveal the nature of its binding except to the rightful heir when they come of age." "A willing sacrifice?" Ron repeated, looking queasy. "What does that mean?" "Probably blood magic," Hermione said gravely. "It was common in ancient binding rituals." Harry frowned. "Peeves said the oath went back to the Founder's time. That would make it nearly 1,000 years old. And he's bound to protect the Potter bloodline specifically," Hermione added, flipping through more pages. "But why? What made your family so important that they needed this kind of protection?" Harry remembered what Peeves had called him during the confrontation with Quirrell, the heir of Gryffindor. "Maybe we should look for connections between my family and the Founders." They searched further, eventually finding a chapter on notable bound guardians throughout history. Scanning the pages, Hermione suddenly gasped. "Harry, look at this." There, in a faded illustration, was a depiction of a poltergeist binding ceremony. The spirit in the image looked remarkably similar to Peeves, complete with the jester-like clothing and mischievous expression. The caption read, "The Binding of the Chaos Spirit to House Gryffindor, circa 1107. "House Gryffindor," Harry breathed. "So it's true, I am related to Godric Gryffindor." "And Peeves was originally bound to protect his bloodline," Hermione said excitedly. "But the Gryffindor name must have died out at some point. The Potter family could be descendants through a female line." Ron pointed to a paragraph below the illustration. "What's this about the physical anchor?" Hermione read aloud, "The chaos spirit known colloquially as Peeves was bound to the very stones of Hogwarts Castle, creating an unprecedented union between guardian and dwelling. This binding granted the spirit domain over the castle itself while fulfilling its protective oath to the Gryffindor line. Though later guardians would attempt to remove the troublesome entity, none succeeded due to this dual binding. So that's why he can't leave Hogwarts, usually," Harry realized. He's literally bound to the building. Except when my safety pulls him away, like at Privet Drive. And that's why he can do things other poltergeists can't, Hermione added. He's not just any spirit, he's connected to the castle's magic itself. Their discovery was interrupted by Madame Pants announcing that their hour was up. Reluctantly, they returned the book to its shelf and left the restricted section, minds buzzing with new information. We need to talk to Peeves, Harry decided as they walked back to Gryffindor Tower. Confront him with what we've learned. Maybe he can confirm it even if he can't tell us directly. And we should ask about the Chamber of Secrets too, Hermione reminded them. If he's bound to the castle, he might know where it is. Finding Peeves, however, proved unexpectedly difficult. In the days that followed, the poltergeist seemed to be avoiding them deliberately. Though Harry still occasionally felt the prickling sensation that indicated Peeves was watching from a distance, the spirit refused to materialize when called. It's like he knows we've discovered something, Harry said in frustration after their third failed attempt to corner him. Maybe he's embarrassed, Ron suggested. I mean, his whole, chaotic troublemaker reputation is a bit undermined if everyone knows he's actually a bound guardian spirit. Or maybe he's not allowed to discuss it with you until you officially come of age, Hermione pointed out. The book said the guardian can only reveal the nature of its binding to the rightful heir when they come of age. But that could be years away, Harry groaned. Their focus on Peeves was temporarily derailed, however, by the events of Halloween night. Returning from nearly headless Nick's death day party, they discovered a chilling scene, Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, hanging stiff and immobile from a torch bracket, and a message written in what looked like blood on the wall, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware. The discovery threw the school into a frenzy. Professor Binns reluctantly explained the legend of Slytherin's hidden chamber and the monster within, confirming what they'd begun to suspect. A wave of fear swept through Hogwarts as students wondered who the heir of Slytherin might be, and many began to suspect Harry himself, given his ability to speak Parseltongue, revealed during the disastrous dueling club. Through it all, Peeves maintained his distance from the trio, though Harry often caught glimpses of him hovering nearby, watching with an unusually solemn expression. The poltergeist's usual pranks became less frequent, as if he were conserving his energy for more important matters. It wasn't until Colin Creevey was found petrified, the first student victim, that Peeves finally approached them directly. The three friends were huddled in a corner of the common room late one night, discussing the latest attack in hushed voices, when the temperature suddenly dropped. A moment later, Peeves materialized beside them. Potty and friends should be careful, the poltergeist whispered, foregoing his usual bombastic entrance. The hunter roams the pipes. The enemy seeks the Muggleborns. You know what's attacking people, don't you? Harry asked urgently. Is it the monster from the Chamber of Secrets? Peeves nodded jerkily. Ancient serpent. Deadly gaze. He glanced nervously at Hermione. Bushy hair in danger. All Muggleborns in danger. A serpent? Hermione repeated, eyes widening. That's why Harry can hear it, he's a Parselmouth. But what kind of snake petrifies people instead of killing them? Ron wondered. Peeves made a strangled noise, clearly trying to answer but prevented by his magical bindings. Instead, he mimed something long and sinuous, then pointed to his eyes and made a dramatic dying gesture. Its gaze kills, Harry interpreted. But the victims have only been petrified. Because no one's looked at it directly, Hermione realized. Mrs. Norris saw the reflection in the water on the floor. Colin must have seen it through his camera. Peeves nodded vigorously, relieved they'd worked it out. But who's controlling it? Harry pressed. Who's the heir of Slytherin? At this, Peeves became agitated again, tugging at his bow tie and making frustrated noises. Cannot say directly. Old magic. Conflicting oaths. He zoomed in circles above their heads, clearly distressed. Is it Malfoy? Ron guessed. That's what we think. Peeves shook his head. Not the ferret boy. He suddenly darted very close to them, lowering his voice to a barely audible whisper. A diary. Old magic. Possession. He glanced around fearfully, as if expecting to be overheard. Little girl with red hair. Jinny. Ron gasped, the color draining from his face. No, that's impossible. Not her fault, Peeves insisted. The diary controls. The memory within compels. What memory? Whose diary? Harry demanded. But Peeves suddenly clutched at his throat, making choking noises. Cannot say more. Binding tightens. Pain increases. With a final desperate look at them, he shot upward and vanished through the ceiling. The three friends stared at each other in shock. He thinks Jinny is being possessed by some kind of magical diary. Ron said incredulously. That's mental. Is it, though? Hermione asked quietly. Haven't you noticed how pale and withdrawn she's been lately? How she hardly talks to anyone. She's just shy, Ron insisted, though he looked troubled. And stressed about classes. We need to investigate this, Harry decided. Find out if Jinny really does have some kind of diary, and where she got it. But if Peeves is right about the monster being a serpent with a killing gaze. Hermione hesitated, looking worried. A basilisk, Harry realized suddenly. It must be a basilisk. That fits everything, the voice in the walls, the petrifications, Peeves' hints about a deadly gaze. That would make sense, Hermione agreed, already mentally cataloging what she knew about the legendary creature. Basilisks can live for hundreds of years, and they can grow enormous in the right conditions. How's it getting around the castle, though? Ron asked. Someone would have seen a giant snake slithering down the corridors. Peeves said it's in the pipes, Harry reminded him. The plumbing must connect to the chamber somehow. A plan began to form. They would research basilisks further to confirm their theory, try to locate Jinny's diary, and continue attempting to get more information from Peeves, though his magical binding clearly limited what he could tell them directly. Little did they know that events would soon spiral beyond their control, forcing a confrontation with the heir of Slytherin far sooner than they expected. Lucius Malfoy was in a towering rage as he swept into the Ministry of Magic, cane tapping sharply against the polished floor. The incident on the Quidditch pitch, where a mere poltergeist had embarrassed Draco in front of his entire team, demanded swift retribution. I need to speak with Weatherby immediately, he announced to the receptionist in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Do you have an appointment, Mr. Malfoy? The young witch asked nervously. I don't need one, Lucius replied coldly. Tell him it concerns a dangerous spectral entity at Hogwarts that requires immediate containment. Minutes later, he was ushered into the office of Barnabas Weatherby, head of the Spirit Division. A balding, nervous-looking wizard, Weatherby practically leapt to his feet as Lucius entered. Mr. Malfoy. What an unexpected honor. How may the Spirit Division assist you today? Lucius settled into the chair across from Weatherby's desk, carefully arranging his robes. I've received disturbing reports from my son about the poltergeist at Hogwarts School. It seems, Peeves, as he's called, has become increasingly aggressive towards certain students, particularly those from respectable pure-blood families. Peeves has always been a nuisance, Weatherby acknowledged. But Hogwarts has tolerated his presence for centuries. Dumbledore has repeatedly declined ministry intervention. That was before the creature began displaying unprecedented powers, Lucius said silkily. Before it started showing clear favoritism towards certain students, particularly Harry Potter. Weatherby's eyebrows rose. Favoritism? Poltergeists don't typically show preferences. They're manifestations of chaotic energy, not sentient beings with opinions. Precisely my concern, Lucius nodded gravely. This entity is behaving in ways that contradict everything we know about poltergeists. It actively protected Potter from a harmless magical demonstration, then threatened my son with explicit reference to our family line. I believe it may be possessed by a more dangerous spirit, perhaps even one aligned with dark forces. That would be most unusual, Weatherby frowned. But not impossible. We could send an inspector to evaluate the situation. I was thinking of something more definitive, Lucius suggested. The ministry has specialists in spirit containment, does it not? Experts who could determine whether this Peeves poses a threat to the students, and remove it if necessary. Weatherby shifted uncomfortably. Containment is complicated, Mr. Malfoy. Particularly with an entity as old as Peeves. Previous attempts to remove him from Hogwarts have failed rather spectacularly. Previous attempts didn't have the full backing of the Board of Governors, Lucius reminded him smoothly. As chairman, I can assure you that the current board views this matter with the utmost seriousness. The implication was clear: cooperate, or face consequences. Weatherby swallowed hard. I suppose we could send Davenport, he suggested tentatively. Archibald Davenport is our foremost expert on malevolent spectral entities. If anyone can assess Peeves properly, it's him. Excellent, Lucius smiled thinly. Have him report to Hogwarts within the week. And ensure he brings whatever equipment might be necessary for a full containment, should his assessment warrant it. As Lucius departed, his expression of concern melted away, replaced by cold satisfaction. The poltergeist's strange behavior toward Potter was suspicious, and potentially disruptive to his carefully laid plans for the Chamber of Secrets. Having a ministry specialist at Hogwarts would serve two purposes: neutralizing the troublesome spirit and providing another pair of eyes within the castle walls as events unfolded. What Lucius didn't realize was that his actions had set in motion a confrontation far more dangerous than he anticipated, one that would reveal just how formidable Peeves could be when his binding oath was threatened. Word of the ministry specialist's impending arrival spread through the castle like wildfire. By breakfast the following Monday, everyone knew that an expert in malevolent spirits was coming to evaluate Peeves, and possibly remove him permanently. Can they actually do that? Ron wondered as they walked to herbology. Peeves has been here forever. The ministry has authority over dangerous magical creatures and entities, Hermione explained. If they classify him as a threat, they could try to contain him. But he's bound to the castle, Harry pointed out. The book said no one's ever successfully removed him because of that binding. Hermione bit her lip. True, but magical containment techniques have advanced significantly. And with the recent attacks, the ministry might see this as an opportunity to demonstrate they're taking action, even if it's the wrong action entirely. The castle's ghosts were in an uproar over the news. Nearly Headless Nick organized an emergency meeting of the Headless Hunt to discuss this unprecedented assault on spectral rights. The Bloody Baron, normally so aloof, was seen conferring intently with the Grey Lady in hushed tones. Peeves himself had vanished completely, no pranks, no cackling laughter echoing through corridors, no water balloons dropped on unsuspecting first-years. The castle felt strangely empty without his chaotic presence. He's hiding, Harry guessed as they searched fruitlessly for the poltergeist. Or preparing something. Maybe he's scared, Ron suggested. I would be, if someone was coming to try and exorcise me. Harry shook his head. I don't think Peeves gets scared. Not like that, anyway. They got their answer that evening when Peeves finally appeared to them, materializing in an empty classroom where they'd been practicing transfiguration. The poltergeist looked unusually serious, hovering near the ceiling with none of his typical acrobatics. The ministry sends a ghost hunter, he announced without preamble. Davenport brings chains of silver and boxes of binding. Comes to cage Peeves. We heard, Harry said. But they can't really remove you, can they? You're bound to the castle. Peeves descended slightly, his expression troubled. Not remove completely. But contain, yes. Restrict. Limit powers. He tugged at his bow tie nervously. Has happened before. 3 centuries past, a hunter came with similar tools. Trapped Peeves in the North Tower for 60 years. 60 years. Hermione gasped. That's horrible. The poltergeist nodded grimly. Very boring. Much less chaos. Many fewer pranks. He zoomed lower, eyes fixed on Harry. But the bigger problem, Peeves contained cannot protect Potty. Cannot fulfill the oath. And with the chamber open and the basilisk loose. Harry trailed off, understanding the implications. Exactly. Peeves did an anxious loop-the-loop. Bad timing. Very bad. Most suspicious. Do you think it's connected? Hermione asked sharply. This specialist coming just when the attacks have started? Peeves nodded vigorously. Malfoy Sr. knows more than he shows. Sees Peeves as obstacle to his plans. Because you're protecting me, Harry realized. And I'm investigating the chamber. Among other reasons, Peeves agreed cryptically. Ron frowned. Can Dumbledore stop them? He's the headmaster, after all. Dumbledore's power has limits, Peeves said, shaking his head. Ministry authority, Board of Governors pressure, difficult to resist both. Then what can we do? Harry asked, feeling helpless. I don't want you contained, Peeves. The poltergeist seemed genuinely touched by this, doing a small somersault of pleasure. Potty cares about Peeves. How sweet. How touching. Of course I care, Harry said, embarrassed but sincere. You've saved my life. Multiple times. Peeves zoomed around the room, clearly flustered by this display of affection. When he composed himself, he returned to hover directly in front of them, his expression uncommonly serious. There is a way, he said slowly. A way for Potty to help Peeves. To strengthen the oath temporarily. How? Harry asked immediately. Blood magic, Peeves replied solemnly. A willing offering from the heir renews the ancient bond. Gives Peeves more power to resist containment. Hermione looked alarmed. Blood magic is dangerous, Harry. And probably against school rules. It's not dark magic, Peeves insisted, looking offended. Just old magic. The same that created the original binding. What would I need to do? Harry asked. Peeves explained that the ritual was simple but had to be performed at midnight in the heart of the castle, the Great Hall, where the magical energies of Hogwarts converged most powerfully. Harry would need to offer a few drops of blood willingly while reciting words that would acknowledge and strengthen the protective oath. Just a small cut, the poltergeist assured them. Tiny offering. But the intent matters most, the heir's willing recognition of the bond. I'll do it, Harry decided, ignoring Hermione's worried expression. When? Tonight, Peeves said urgently. The ghost hunter arrives tomorrow at noon. They spent the rest of the evening planning how to reach the Great Hall undetected at midnight. The invisibility cloak would cover Harry, Ron, and Hermione, but they'd need to avoid Filch and Mrs. Norris, who seemed to have heightened their patrols since the attacks began. Peeves will distract Filchy, the poltergeist promised. Lead him far from the Great Hall. Give you time for the ritual. As they prepared for bed that night, Harry found himself oddly calm about the prospect of performing blood magic. Perhaps it was because he trusted Peeves, despite the poltergeist's chaotic nature, he had proven his loyalty multiple times. Or perhaps it was because the binding oath felt like a connection to his family's ancient past, a heritage he had never known but increasingly wanted to understand. When the time came, the three friends slipped out of Gryffindor Tower under the invisibility cloak and made their way cautiously toward the Great Hall. As promised, they heard Peeves creating a tremendous disturbance in the astronomy tower, Filch's angry shouts echoing in the distance as he pursued the poltergeist. The Great Hall was eerily beautiful at midnight. Moonlight streamed through the enchanted ceiling, illuminating the four long house tables in silver light. They moved to the center of the hall, where the magical convergence would be strongest, and removed the invisibility cloak. Now what? Harry whispered. Peeves appeared silently beside them, his form looking more substantial in the moonlight. "Potty stands here," he instructed, indicating a spot directly beneath the enchanted ceiling center. "Offers blood willingly while speaking the words." "What words?" Harry asked, drawing the small silver knife they'd borrowed from potion supplies. Peeves recited a short phrase in what sounded like Latin mixed with an older tongue. Harry practiced it several times until the poltergeist was satisfied with his pronunciation. "Ready?" Peeves asked, hovering anxiously. Harry nodded, positioning the knife against his palm. "Ready." With a quick motion, he made a small cut across his palm, wincing slightly at the sting. Blood welled up, gleaming darkly in the moonlight. He held his hand out, palm up, and recited the words Peeves had taught him: Sanguinem offero, pactum renovo. Per antiquam magicum, custodium confirmo. Ego, heres Gryffindor, voluntary lego. As the last word left his lips, his blood seemed to shimmer, then lift from his palm as if drawn upward by an invisible force. Droplets rose into the air, hovering between Harry and Peeves. The poltergeist reached out, his transparent hands passing through the floating blood, but instead of disrupting it, the blood began to glow with a golden light. The temperature in the great hall dropped dramatically. Frost patterns spread across the tables and floor, forming intricate designs that resembled ancient runes. Peeves himself began to change, his form growing more solid, more defined, a nimbus of blue-white energy surrounding him like an aura. "The air renews the oath," Peeves intoned, his voice deeper and more resonant than Harry had ever heard it. "The guardian accepts the offering. Blood calls to magic, magic answers blood." The hovering droplets of Harry's blood suddenly expanded into a complex, glowing web that enveloped both him and Peeves. For an instant, Harry felt a connection to something vast and ancient, the very foundations of Hogwarts itself, and beyond that, to generations of his ancestors stretching back through time. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, the glowing web contracted and vanished. The droplets of blood disappeared, the frost receded, and the temperature returned to normal. Peeves floated before them, looking exactly as he always did, except for his eyes, which still held a faint blue glow. "It is done," the poltergeist announced, executing a perfect somersault. "The oath is strengthened. The binding renewed. Peeves feels most invigorated." "Did it work?" Ron asked, wide-eyed. "Will it stop the ministry specialist from containing you?" "Not stop," Peeves clarified, zooming around them excitedly. "But make much more difficult. Peeves is stronger now. More connected to the castle. More able to resist external magic." Hermione examined Harry's palm with concern, but the cut had already healed, leaving only a faint silver line that was barely visible. "How do you feel, Harry?" "Fine," he assured her. And it was true, he felt perfectly normal, except for a lingering sense of connection that was rather pleasant. "Actually, better than fine. Like I've remembered something important that I'd forgotten." Peeves beamed at him. "The oath works both ways. Protects Potty, strengthens Peeves. A most excellent arrangement." As they made their way back to Gryffindor Tower under the invisibility cloak, Harry found himself wondering what other aspects of his family's ancient magic might be waiting to be rediscovered. The connection to Godric Gryffindor, the binding oath with Peeves, these were pieces of a heritage he'd never known existed. But for now, the immediate concern was whether their midnight ritual would be enough to protect Peeves from the ministry specialist arriving tomorrow, and by extension, whether it would allow the poltergeist to continue protecting Harry as the threat from the Chamber of Secrets grew. Archibald Davenport arrived at Hogwarts precisely at noon the following day, sweeping through the entrance hall with the confidence of a man accustomed to dealing with entities far more terrifying than school poltergeists. Tall and gaunt, with a neatly trimmed silver beard and piercing blue eyes, he carried an ornate walking stick and a leather satchel that emitted occasional puffs of silver smoke. "Ah, Professor Dumbledore," he greeted the headmaster cordially. "A pleasure to see you again, though I wish it were under more pleasant circumstances." "Indeed, Archibald," Dumbledore replied, his tone polite but cool. Though I must reiterate that this evaluation is, in my view, entirely unnecessary. Peeves has been a part of Hogwarts for centuries. Just a formality, I'm sure, Davenport said smoothly. The ministry simply wishes to ensure that all aspects of Hogwarts remain safe for the students, especially given the recent incidents. Harry, Ron, and Hermione, along with dozens of other curious students, had gathered in the entrance hall to witness the specialist's arrival. They watched as Dumbledore led Davenport toward his office, the ministry official's gaze sweeping the hall as if already searching for signs of the poltergeist. "He looks serious," Ron murmured. "Think he can really contain Peeves?" "He certainly thinks he can," Hermione replied, noting the confidence in Davenport's stride. "That satchel probably contains spectral containment devices." They attended their afternoon classes with distracted minds, ears alert for any sound of confrontation. By dinner time, rumors were flying through the Great Hall. Davenport had set up specialized equipment in the trophy room, he had interviewed all 4 house ghosts about Peeves' behavior, he had spent an hour with Filch, who provided a list of the poltergeist's transgressions that required 3 rolls of parchment. But of Peeves himself, there was no sign. "He's hiding," Harry guessed as they picked at their food. "Waiting to see what Davenport does. Or planning something," Ron suggested. "You know Peeves, he's not going to go quietly." The answer came after dinner, as students were dispersing to their common rooms. A tremendous crash echoed from the 3rd floor, followed by shouts and a familiar cackling laugh. Students rushed to the staircases to see what was happening. Peeves had finally made his appearance, and in typical fashion. The poltergeist zoomed through the corridor, appending suits of armor, pulling tapestries from walls, and pelting anyone in range with pieces of chalk. Behind him strode Davenport, wand raised, a determined expression on his face. "Naughty Peevesy, causing chaos. Making mischief, driving them batty." Peeves sang as he looped around a chandelier. "Can't catch me, ghost hunter. Too slow, too old." "Entity Peeves," Davenport called formally, "by the authority vested in me by the Ministry of Magic, Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, Spirit Division, I command you to cease this disturbance and submit to evaluation." Peeves blew a loud raspberry in response. Peeves doesn't submit. Peeves doesn't comply. Peeves does what Peeves wants. The gathering crowd of students watched in fascination as Davenport pulled a small silver object from his satchel, something that looked like a cross between a whistle and a miniature gramophone. "If you will not comply willingly," the specialist announced, "I am authorized to employ containment measures." He raised the device to his lips and blew. No sound was audible to the watching students, but Peeves immediately stopped his acrobatics, clutching at his ears with a pained expression. "Not fair," the poltergeist wailed. "Nasty ultrasonic disruption. Very rude." Davenport continued blowing the silent whistle, and Peeves began to drift lower, his form flickering slightly as if losing substance. The specialist reached into his satchel again, this time withdrawing what appeared to be a small silver cage. "The portable containment field," Hermione whispered to Harry. "I've read about these. They can temporarily trap spectral entities for transport." Harry watched in growing alarm as Peeves struggled against the effects of the whistle, his normally buoyant form seeming to lose elevation with each passing second. The poltergeist's eyes darted around frantically until they locked with Harry's across the stairwell. In that moment of connection, Harry felt the faint silver line on his palm, the healed cut from their midnight ritual, grow warm. Without thinking, he pressed his thumb against it and whispered, "Resist." The effect was instantaneous. Peeves' form suddenly stabilized, the flickering stopped, and a faint blue aura surrounded him. The poltergeist straightened up, his perpetual grin returning with renewed confidence. "Ghost Hunter brings toys," Peeves announced, his voice stronger than before. "Peeves has toys too." With a dramatic gesture, the poltergeist summoned a deluge of water from nowhere, not just water balloons or buckets, but a veritable cascade that crashed down upon Davenport and the entire corridor. Students shrieked and scattered as the flood swept down the staircase. Davenport spluttered, momentarily losing his grip on the silver whistle. In that instant of distraction, Peeves zoomed forward, snatching the device from the specialist's hands. Yoink! Mine now. Return that immediately. Davenport demanded, dripping wet and suddenly much less dignified. That is ministry property. Finders keepers. Peeves cackled, dangling the whistle tantalizingly. Losers weepers. The specialist reached for his wand, but before he could cast a spell, Peeves unleashed his next surprise. With a theatrical wave of his transparent hand, every suit of armor on the third-floor corridor suddenly animated, stepping away from their pedestals to form a metallic barrier between Davenport and the poltergeist. The watching students gasped. Even the professors who had arrived to investigate the commotion looked stunned. That's not normal poltergeist behavior, Professor McGonagall murmured to Flitwick. I've never seen him manipulate objects to this extent before. Indeed, the tiny charms professor agreed. Most curious. Davenport, however, was not deterred. Drawing himself up to his full height, he pointed his wand at the nearest suit of armor and incanted, Finite Incantatem. The spell hit the armor, and bounced off, ricocheting down the corridor to shatter a window. The animated knights continued their steady advance, forcing the specialist to retreat. This is unprecedented. Davenport exclaimed, addressing the watching professors. The entity is demonstrating powers far beyond typical poltergeist capabilities. It must be contained before it becomes truly dangerous. Oh, Peeves can be much more dangerous, came Dumbledore's calm voice as the headmaster ascended the stairs to join them. Though he rarely chooses to be. The ancient wizard surveyed the scene, the animated suits of armor, the flooded corridor, the drenched and indignant ministry specialist, with what appeared to be mild amusement. Perhaps, Archibald, it would be best to postpone your evaluation until you've had a chance to dry off and reconsider your approach. Davenport sputtered, Headmaster, with all due respect, that entity just assaulted a ministry official and stole government property. This behavior only confirms the concerns that prompted my visit. Did it? Dumbledore mused, glancing toward Peeves, who was now making the stolen whistle perform aerial acrobatics just out of Davenport's reach. It seems to me that Peeves was merely defending himself against what he perceived as an attack. An understandable reaction, wouldn't you say? That is not the point. Davenport insisted, trying to maintain his dignity despite his sodden robes. The poltergeist demonstrated abilities well beyond normal parameters. The manipulation of multiple animated objects simultaneously suggests a power source beyond chaotic magical energy. It could be possessed, enhanced, or otherwise compromised. Or, Dumbledore suggested mildly, it could simply be that Peeves, having existed at Hogwarts for nearly a millennium, is not a normal poltergeist at all, but something rather more special. Harry, watching from the staircase, couldn't help but wonder if Dumbledore knew about the binding oath, about Peeves' connection to the Gryffindor bloodline and, by extension, to Harry himself. The headmaster's twinkling eyes seemed to hold secrets within secrets. Davenport drew himself up stiffly. Regardless, I have a duty to complete my evaluation. I shall retire to my assigned quarters to dry off and prepare additional countermeasures. Tomorrow, we shall continue this assessment, with or without the entity's cooperation. As the specialist squeaked away in his wet shoes, followed by Professor McGonagall, the crowd of students began to disperse. Dumbledore remained behind, gazing thoughtfully at Peeves, who had finally stopped tormenting the silver whistle and was now examining it with curious interest. That was quite a display, Peeves, the headmaster commented. I don't believe I've seen you animate the suits of armor since 1943. The poltergeist executed a respectful somersault. Special circumstances, headmaster. Very special. Ministry man brought nasty toys. Indeed he did, Dumbledore agreed. And yet, I suspect his toys would not normally trouble you quite so much. Unless, of course, something has changed recently. His gaze drifted briefly toward Harry, who tried not to look guilty. Peeves knows nothing about changes, the poltergeist declared, a bit too innocently. Peeves just wants to protect his home from stuffy ministry men with silly whistles. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Of course. Well, carry on then. Though perhaps with slightly less flooding in the future. Mr. Filch is having quite a difficult term already. As the headmaster walked away, Peeves zoomed over to where Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood. Did you see? The poltergeist crowed triumphantly. Ghost Hunter thought he had Peeves. But the oath is strong now. Much stronger. Those suits of armor, Hermione whispered, glancing around to ensure no one was listening. How did you control so many at once? Castle helps Peeves, the poltergeist explained, puffing up proudly. Castle and Peeves connected. Always have been. But now, he winked at Harry, connection much stronger. Thanks to Potty's blood. Dumbledore suspects something, Harry noted. He mentioned 1943, that's when the chamber was opened before, isn't it? Peeves nodded solemnly. Last time the serpent hunted. Last time Peeves had to protect a Potter. My grandfather? Harry guessed. Was he at Hogwarts then? Charles Potter, Peeves confirmed. 7th year. Helped stop the attacks, with Peeves' assistance. Very brave, very clever, just like current Potty. Harry remembered the Special Services Award he'd seen in the trophy room, Charles Potter, 1943. Everything was connecting, his family's history, Peeves' protection, the Chamber of Secrets. Davenport won't give up, Hermione warned. He'll be back tomorrow with more containment devices. Peeves did a casual backflip. Let him try. Peeves is ready. And besides, he added with a sly grin, Ghost Hunter might find himself very busy with other problems. What did you do? Ron asked, both apprehensive and impressed. Nothing yet, Peeves winked. But perhaps Ghost Hunter's quarters will be most uncomfortable tonight. Cold drafts. Strange noises. Belongings that move when he isn't looking. The poltergeist rubbed his transparent hands together gleefully. Davenport wishes to study troublesome spirits. Peeves will give him much to study. With that ominous promise, the poltergeist zoomed away, taking the stolen whistle with him. The three friends exchanged looks that mingled relief with concern. He's definitely stronger since the ritual, Harry observed. I could feel it when I touched the mark on my palm. The question is, Hermione said soberly, whether it will be enough to protect both of you from what's coming next. Archibald Davenport arrived at breakfast the following morning looking considerably worse for wear. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, his silver beard was disheveled, and his hands shook slightly as he clutched his teacup at the staff table. Rough night, it looks like, Ron observed with poorly concealed satisfaction. Peeves must have been busy, Harry agreed, noticing how the specialist flinched at every small noise. Their first class that day was Transfiguration, where Professor McGonagall was teaching them to transform beetles into buttons. Harry was struggling with his particularly stubborn beetle when he felt the familiar cold prickling at the back of his neck. Glancing up, he saw Peeves drift through the classroom wall, looking uncharacteristically serious. The poltergeist floated directly to McGonagall's desk and whispered something in her ear. The professor's stern expression shifted to concern, and she nodded briskly. Continue practicing, she instructed the class. I must step out for a moment. No mischief while I'm gone. As soon as she left with Peeves, the classroom erupted in curious whispers. What was that about? Ron wondered. Peeves never talks to teachers unless it's to annoy them. Something's happened, Harry guessed, a sense of foreboding settling over him. Their suspicions were confirmed 10 minutes later when McGonagall returned, her face grave. All students are to return to their house common rooms immediately, she announced. Your prefects will accompany you. No exceptions. Back in Gryffindor Tower, they learned the reason for the sudden lockdown. Another attack had occurred. This time, the victim was a Ravenclaw prefect, found petrified near the library with a small mirror clutched in her hand. She must have seen the basilisk's reflection, Hermione whispered as they huddled in a corner of the common room. That's 2 students now, Ron said grimly. Plus Mrs. Norris. They'll close the school if this keeps up. Harry was about to respond when he noticed Percy Weasley looking particularly distressed as he paced near the portrait hole. What's wrong with Percy? He asked. Ron followed his gaze. Dunno. He does look more uptight than usual, doesn't he? They approached the older boy, who was muttering to himself and repeatedly checking his watch. Percy? Ron asked cautiously. Everything all right? Percy started, then composed himself. Fine, fine. Just concerned about my prefect duties during this lockdown. Very important to maintain order. You seem more worried than that, Harry pressed. Is it about the attack? Percy hesitated, then lowered his voice. It's Jinny. I can't find her anywhere. She wasn't in her dormitory when I checked, and none of her roommates have seen her since breakfast. Ron's face drained of color. But, the lockdown, where could she be? That's what I'm trying to determine, Percy said stiffly. I've asked Professor McGonagall to check the hospital wing and other secure locations. I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation. But his worried expression belied his confident words. As Percy resumed his pacing, Ron turned to Harry and Hermione with panic in his eyes. Peeves said Jinny had the diary, he whispered urgently. That she was being possessed. What if she's the one who, we need to find her, Harry decided immediately. Before something worse happens. But how? Hermione asked. The whole school's on lockdown. We can't just wander the corridors looking for her. Harry thought quickly. Peeves. He can search the castle in ways we can't. We need to get his attention somehow. They retreated to a corner of the common room where they wouldn't be overheard. Harry concentrated on the faint silver mark on his palm, pressing his thumb against it as he had during Peeves' confrontation with Davenport. We need you, he whispered. It's urgent. For several tense minutes, nothing happened. Then, just as they were beginning to lose hope, the temperature in their corner dropped noticeably. Peeves materialized beside them, looking uncharacteristically harried. Potty calls, Peeves comes, the poltergeist said, foregoing his usual dramatic entrance. But timing is terrible. Castle in chaos. Ghost hunter searching everywhere. More attacks feared. Jinny's missing, Harry said urgently. Ron's sister. The one you said had the diary. Peeves' eyes widened. The little red-haired girl. With the black book? Oh, very bad. Very, very bad. Can you find her? Ron pleaded. Please, Peeves. She's my sister. The poltergeist hesitated, tugging nervously at his bow tie. Peeves can search. Castle has many secrets, many hidden places. But the chamber, he made a choking noise, Peeves cannot enter there. Ancient wards. Founder's magic. But you can find out if she's gone there. Harry pressed. Where the entrance is? Peeves will try, the poltergeist promised. Watch for signs. Listen for whispers. Castle knows when its children are in danger. With that, he vanished through the wall, leaving behind only a lingering chill. The next hour was excruciating. They paced the common room, jumping at every sound, ignoring curious glances from their housemates. Percy continued his own anxious vigil by the portrait hole, repeatedly consulting with the fat lady about who had entered or exited. Finally, when Harry thought he couldn't bear the waiting any longer, Peeves reappeared, not with his usual dramatic entrance, but silently materializing beside them with a grave expression. Found her, the poltergeist whispered, his voice unnaturally serious. Or rather, found where she went. Message on the wall, near the first attack. New words in blood, her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. Ron made a strangled noise of horror. Hermione clapped her hands over her mouth. Harry felt as if the floor had dropped out from beneath him. The entrance, he managed to ask. Second floor girls' lavatory, Peeves replied. The one with the crying ghost. The serpent travels through pipes, entrance must be there. But Potty, the poltergeist's expression grew desperate, Peeves cannot follow. Cannot protect. The chamber is Slytherin's domain, warded against spirits bound to other founders. Harry made an instantaneous decision. We need to go now. Before the professors find the message and lock everything down even tighter. But how do we get out? Hermione whispered, gesturing to Percy still guarding the portrait hole. Peeves grinned suddenly, some of his usual mischief returning. Leave that to Peeves. One distraction, coming right up. The poltergeist zoomed to the center of the common room and let out an ear-splitting shriek. Everyone jumped, heads whipping around to stare at him. Troll! Troll in the dungeons! Peeves bellowed, mimicking Quirrell's panic from the previous year. Heading toward Gryffindor Tower. Chaos erupted. Students screamed, first years burst into tears, and Percy, after a moment's hesitation, took charge. Everyone remained calm, he shouted above the din, prefects, secure the younger students. I'll contact Professor McGonagall immediately. He rushed out through the portrait hole, importance radiating from every movement. In the confusion, Harry, Ron, and Hermione slipped under the invisibility cloak and followed him out, then broke away toward the second floor. That was brilliant, Ron whispered as they hurried down the stairs. Mental, but brilliant. Peeves is following us, Harry noted, feeling the familiar cold prickling at his neck. He can't enter the chamber, but he's staying as close as he can. They reached the second-floor corridor and found it deserted, everyone was either in their common rooms or responding to Peeves' false troll alarm. The new message gleamed wetly on the wall, confirming the poltergeist's report, her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. Hurry, Harry urged, pulling his friends toward Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. The ghost of the unfortunate girl was floating above her usual stall when they entered. She looked surprised to see them, especially Ron. This is a girl's bathroom, she pointed out sullenly. He's not a girl. Myrtle, this is important, Harry said urgently. We need to know if you've seen anything unusual today. A red-haired girl, maybe, or heard strange noises. Myrtle perked up, apparently pleased to be consulted. The little redhead was here earlier. She was acting very oddly, talking to herself in a strange voice, hissing at the sinks. Hissing? Harry repeated, a chill running down his spine. Like Parseltongue? I suppose, Myrtle shrugged. Then she opened the sink somehow, and there was a big hole where it should be. She went down it. Harry rushed to examine the sinks. One of them, he noticed, had a tiny snake etched on the copper tap. This is it, he breathed. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. He closed his eyes, imagining the snake was real, then spoke in Parseltongue, open. The tap glowed with a brilliant white light and began to spin. Next second, the sink began to move, sinking right out of sight to leave a large pipe exposed, a pipe wide enough for a person to slide into. I'm going down there, Harry announced. Me too, said Ron, his face pale but determined. And me, added Hermione, gripping her wand tightly. The familiar cold prickling intensified as Peeves materialized beside them, looking both agitated and impressed. Potty found the entrance. Very clever. But great danger below. The King of Serpents waits, and the memory of the air. You said you can't follow us, Harry remembered. Because of the wards. Peeves nodded miserably. Ancient magic. Founders' rivalry. Slytherin made sure no spirit bound to his enemies could enter his sacred chamber. Harry hesitated, torn between the urgency of rescuing Jinny and the sudden vulnerability of proceeding without his spectral guardian. Then an idea struck him. The blood ritual strengthened our bond, right? Made you more powerful? Peeves nodded, looking curious. Much stronger. Much deeper connection. Then maybe, Harry suggested, I could take a small part of you with me. Something to maintain the connection even inside the chamber. The poltergeist's eyes widened. Clever potty. Yes, possible. Not Peeves' whole being, but a fragment, bound to the blood mark. He zoomed closer, examining the faint silver line on Harry's palm. Small ritual. Quick one. Anchor a portion of Peeves' essence to the mark. Won't give full protection, but some. Do it, Harry decided, holding out his hand. Whatever helps us save Jinny. Peeves touched Harry's palm with a transparent finger. The mark briefly glowed blue, sending a tingling sensation up Harry's arm. Then the poltergeist produced the silver whistle he'd stolen from Davenport. Take this too, he instructed. Disrupts spiritual energies. Might work against memory spirit in diary. Harry pocketed the whistle, feeling slightly more prepared. We'll be back, he promised. Peeves will watch the entrance, the poltergeist assured them. Prevent others from following. By time. With a final nod, Harry turned back to the exposed pipe. Ready? He asked his friends. Ready, they confirmed, though both looked terrified. Harry lowered himself into the pipe and let go, plunging into the darkness toward Slytherin's chamber, and whatever awaited them below. The journey through the pipes was like an endless, slimy slide through pitch-black darkness. They landed with a thud on a damp stone floor, in a tunnel large enough to stand in. Illuminating their wands, they proceeded cautiously, stepping over animal bones and eventually encountering the massive shed skin of the basilisk, 20 feet long, at least, and a poisonous green color. Blimey, Ron whispered, his voice echoing in the cavernous tunnel. That thing must be enormous. They continued forward until they reached a solid wall with two entwined serpents carved upon it, their eyes set with great, glinting emeralds. Harry approached it, once again calling upon his Parseltongue ability. Open, he hissed, and the serpents parted as the wall cracked open. The halves slid smoothly out of sight, and Harry, shaking from head to foot, led the way inside. They stood at the end of a very long, dimly lit chamber. Towering stone pillars entwined with more carved serpents rose to support a ceiling lost in darkness. Between the pillars, at the far end of the chamber, stood a colossal statue of Salazar Slytherin, ancient and monkey-like. And between the statue's feet lay a small, black-robed figure with flaming red hair, Ginny Weasley. Jinny! Ron cried, rushing forward. Jinny, don't be dead, please don't be dead, they knelt beside her. Ginny's face was white as marble, and as cold, yet her eyes were closed, so she wasn't petrified. But she wasn't moving. Jinny, please wake up, Ron moaned, shaking her. Please, she won't wake, said a soft voice. Harry whirled around to see a tall, black-haired boy leaning against the nearest pillar, watching. He was strangely blurred around the edges, as though Harry were looking at him through a misted window. Tom Riddle, Harry recognized him from the diary visions. Riddle nodded, not taking his eyes off Harry's face. What do you mean, she won't wake? Harry asked desperately. She's not. She's still alive, Riddle confirmed. But only just. As they spoke, Riddle explained how he had used the diary to possess Jinny, forcing her to open the chamber and set the basilisk on Muggleborns. How he had been draining her life force to become more substantial himself. How he, Tom Marvolo Riddle, was in fact the younger version of Lord Voldemort. Now, Harry, I'm going to teach you a little lesson, Riddle said, still smiling broadly. Let's match the powers of Lord Voldemort, heir of Slytherin, against famous Harry Potter. He turned to the statue of Slytherin and hissed in Parseltongue, speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. The statue's mouth opened wider and wider, to make a huge black hole. Something was stirring inside, slithering up from its depths. Harry, Ron, and Hermione backed away, closing their eyes against the basilisk's deadly gaze. "Kill them," Riddle commanded in Parseltongue. The basilisk slithered from Slytherin's mouth, its massive body hitting the chamber floor with a thunderous impact. Harry could hear it moving toward them, taste its ancient malevolence in the air. "Run," he shouted to his friends, blindly stumbling away. "Split up. Confuse it." They scattered, Harry darting between pillars as the enormous serpent pursued him. He could hear its massive body scraping against the stone floor, feel the vibrations of its movement through his feet. "Stop," he tried commanding in Parseltongue. "Leave us alone." But the basilisk paid no heed. It answered only to Riddle, the true heir of Slytherin. As Harry ducked behind a pillar, the silver mark on his palm suddenly burned hot. The whistle in his pocket vibrated, and he remembered Peeves' parting gift. With trembling fingers, he pulled it out. "The disruption whistle," he murmured, understanding its purpose. If Riddle was a memory-given form, a kind of spirit, perhaps the whistle would affect him as it had affected Peeves. Harry raised it to his lips and blew. As with Davenport, he heard no sound, but the effect on Riddle was immediate. The ghostly boy staggered, his form flickering violently. "What is this?" Riddle snarled, clutching at his head. "What are you doing?" Harry blew again, putting all his breath into it. Riddle's form destabilized further, becoming more transparent in places. The basilisk, sensing its master's distress, paused in its pursuit, its massive head swinging in confusion. "A spirit disruption device," Harry called out, gaining confidence. "Works on poltergeists, and memory ghosts too, apparently." Riddle's handsome face contorted with rage. "I am no mere ghost, Potter. I am Lord Voldemort. The greatest wizard who ever lived." "You're just a memory," Harry countered, continuing to blow the soundless whistle. "A fragment trapped in a diary. Not even a real person." The whistle's effect was significant but not complete. Riddle's form would destabilize, then partially reform, each cycle leaving him slightly more substantial than before. He was adapting to the disruption. "Your little toy cannot stop me forever," Riddle sneered, his voice steadying as he regained control. "I have nearly absorbed enough of the girl's life force. Soon I will be fully corporeal again." He was right, Harry realized. The whistle was only slowing the process, not reversing it. Jinny was still dying, her energy still flowing into Riddle. They needed to destroy the source, the diary itself. But the diary lay beside Jinny's unconscious form, at the very feet of the basilisk, which had recovered from its momentary confusion and was now slithering back toward Harry. "The diary, Ron!" Harry shouted. "We have to destroy the diary." Ron, who had been crouched behind a distant pillar with Hermione, understood immediately. As Harry continued blowing the whistle to keep Riddle destabilized, Ron made a dash toward his sister's prone form. "Stop him!" Riddle commanded the basilisk in Parseltongue, pointing toward Ron. The massive serpent turned, tracking Ron's movement. Harry's heart froze as he realized his friend was running straight toward the basilisk with his eyes closed, unable to see the danger. "Ron! Duck left!" Harry screamed, abandoning the whistle momentarily to warn his friend. Ron dived sideways just as the basilisk's head struck, its fangs embedding in the stone floor where he had been an instant before. Hermione, seeing her opportunity, cast a spell that sent a shower of brilliant blue flames toward the serpent's face. It reared back, hissing in pain and anger. In the confusion, Ron reached Jinny and grabbed the diary. But before he could retreat, the basilisk recovered and lunged again. Ron threw himself backward, still clutching the diary, but tripped over Jinny's outstretched arm and fell. The basilisk towered above him, ready to strike. Harry did the only thing he could think of, he blew the whistle again, harder than before, focusing all his will on disrupting Riddle's control. This time, something unexpected happened. The silver mark on his palm flared with brilliant blue light, the same color that had surrounded Peeves during their blood ritual. Harry felt a surge of energy flow through him, enhancing the whistle's power tremendously. Riddle's form didn't just flicker this time, it practically exploded into mist, reforming seconds later but much less substantial. More importantly, his connection to the basilisk wavered. The giant serpent froze mid-strike, its head swaying in confusion. "Stab it!" Harry shouted to Ron, who still held the diary. "Stab the diary with something. A basilisk fawn." Ron scrambled away from the disoriented serpent, searching frantically for a weapon. Hermione, always quick-thinking, spotted one of the basilisk's fangs that had broken off during its earlier lunge and embedded in the floor. "Here," she called, wrenching it free and tossing it to Ron. Ron caught it and without hesitation plunged the venomous tooth into the heart of the diary. There was a long, dreadful, piercing scream. Ink spurted out of the diary in torrents, streaming over Ron's hands, flooding the floor. Riddle writhed and twisted, screaming and flailing, and then he was gone. The diary lay on the stone floor, a smoldering hole burned straight through it. The basilisk, freed from Riddle's control, seemed momentarily confused. It swayed, still deadly but directionless, its ancient mind struggling to adjust to the sudden absence of commands. This was their chance. Harry knew they needed to escape while the serpent was disoriented. But as he prepared to call to his friends, the mark on his palm flared again, and a familiar voice echoed in his mind, not audible, but clear as crystal. "Potty can command it now," Peeves' voice whispered. "The fragment I left with you. It carries a spark of Gryffindor's magic. The serpent will recognize the Founder's power, even Slytherin's beast." Harry didn't fully understand, but instinct guided him. He stepped forward, raised his marked palm toward the basilisk, and spoke in Parseltongue, "Mighty serpent, I command you in the name of Godric Gryffindor, founder of Hogwarts, to return to your slumber. Harm no more students. Sleep until called." The basilisk froze, its massive head swinging toward Harry. For a terrifying moment, he thought it would strike, but then, incredibly, it lowered its head in what almost looked like a bow. Slowly, majestically, it turned and slithered back toward the statue of Slytherin, ascending into the open mouth and disappearing into the darkness beyond. "Bloody hell," Ron whispered, still clutching the diary and the basilisk fawn. "What just happened?" "I'm not entirely sure," Harry admitted, staring at his palm where the blue glow was already fading. "But I think Peeves just helped us one more time." A soft moan from Jinny interrupted their amazement. Color was returning to her cheeks, her eyelids fluttering. Ron rushed to his sister's side as she stirred and sat up, looking around in bewildered confusion. "Ron?" she mumbled. "What, where?" Her eyes fell on the diary and she drew a shuddering breath. "Oh, Ron, I tried to tell you at breakfast, but I couldn't say it in front of Percy. It was me, but I swear I didn't mean to. Our Riddle made me, he took me over." "It's all right," Harry said, kneeling beside her. "Riddle's finished. Him and the basilisk. It's over now." Jinny began to cry, great racking sobs that echoed in the vast chamber. Ron helped her to her feet, supporting her as she trembled. "We need to get out of here," Hermione said practically. "Before someone realizes we're gone and sends the whole school looking for us." They made their way back through the tunnel, eventually reaching the pipe they'd slid down. After a moment's consideration of how to ascend, Harry called out experimentally, "Peeves. Can you hear us?" The temperature dropped noticeably, and a faint blue glow appeared at the top of the pipe. A familiar cackle echoed down to them. "Potty returns. With friends. All alive. How delightful, how exciting." "We need to get back up," Harry called. "Can you help us?" Peeves' face appeared, peering down the pipe. "Normally, no. Peeves cannot carry humans. But with new strength from ritual." He concentrated, and a blue glow spread down the walls of the pipe. "Grab the glowing spots. They'll pull you up." One by one, they climbed the pipe, using the glowing handholds that appeared wherever they reached. It was like ascending a magical climbing wall, the blue energy supporting their weight and guiding them upward. Finally, they emerged into Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, exhausted but triumphant. Peeves did excited somersaults above them. "You did it. You stopped the serpent. Closed the chamber. Saved the redhead." "Thanks to you," Harry acknowledged, holding up his palm where the mark still faintly glowed. "That fragment you left with me, it let me command the basilisk somehow." The poltergeist beamed with pride. Gryffindor's power. Slytherin's beast remembered the founder's magic. Ancient recognizes ancient. Before they could discuss further, the bathroom door burst open. Professor McGonagall stood there, her face white with shock, Professor Dumbledore and Archibald Davenport right behind her. "Potter. Weasley. Granger." McGonagall gasped. "What in Merlin's name?" But her eyes fell on Jinny, still pale and tearful but very much alive, and her anger transformed into astonishment. "Miss Weasley." "But the message on the wall, how, I think," said Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling as he surveyed the mud-splattered, exhausted children and the hovering poltergeist above them, "that we all have quite a story to share." Chapter 3, Secrets Unbound. "And then I commanded the basilisk to return to its chamber, and it actually listened to me," Harry finished, still a little shocked by his own story. Dumbledore's office had never felt so crowded. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat exhausted in conjured chairs, while the Weasleys huddled around Jinny on a small sofa. Professor McGonagall stood rigidly by the door, alternating between relief and lingering outrage at their recklessness. Archibald Davenport lurked in a corner, scribbling furious notes. And Peeves, breaking all precedent, hovered respectfully near the ceiling, for once not touching, breaking, or disrupting anything. "Most remarkable," Dumbledore said, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "And you say it was the fragment of Peeves' essence, bound to your palm, that allowed you to command Slytherin's monster?" Harry nodded, holding up his hand where the silver mark still faintly glimmered. "Peeves said something about Gryffindor's power, and the basilisk recognizing founder's magic. Every eye in the room shifted to the poltergeist, who performed an uncharacteristically modest loop-the-loop. "Peeves simply helped," the poltergeist said, his usual manic energy subdued. "Potty did the hard part. Very brave. Very foolish. Perfect Gryffindor." Davenport stepped forward, his professional curiosity overcoming his wariness. "This confirms my suspicions. The entity isn't a normal poltergeist at all. It possesses awareness, memory, and abilities far beyond chaotic manifestation." The Ministry, interrupted Dumbledore gently, "must recognize when a seemingly troublesome spirit proves itself a guardian of students. Would you not agree, Archibald?" Davenport's mouth opened and closed several times before he found words. "You can't possibly suggest we simply ignore the unprecedented abilities this entity has demonstrated. The animation of multiple objects, the projection of its essence beyond its physical boundary, the apparent connection to Founder's magic, all of which, Dumbledore pointed out, were used today to help save a young girl's life and neutralize a 1,000-year-old basilisk that threatened the entire school." Harry exchanged glances with Ron and Hermione. This was the perfect opening to reveal what they'd learned about Peeves' connection to the Gryffindor bloodline, and by extension, to Harry himself. But before he could speak, Mrs. Weasley burst into fresh tears. "Our Jinny could have died," she sobbed, clutching her daughter tightly. "If Harry and Ron hadn't found her, if this strange spirit hadn't helped them, which raises the question," McGonagall said sharply, "of how these three students knew where to look when the combined faculty of Hogwarts has failed for centuries to locate the Chamber of Secrets." All eyes turned to Harry again. He hesitated, unsure how much to reveal about their investigations, Peeves' hints, and the blood ritual that had strengthened the bond between them. Peeves solved his dilemma by zooming downward suddenly, placing himself between Harry and the questioning adults. "Peeves helped," he announced proudly. "Peeves has known things about the castle for centuries. Peeves cannot directly enter the chamber, Slytherin made sure of that, but Peeves knows where pipes go, where walls whisper. And you chose to share this information with Mr. Potter rather than the headmaster because... McGonagall asked, arching one severe eyebrow. The poltergeist tugged at his bow tie, suddenly evasive. Peeves has obligations. Old magic. Ancient bindings. He glanced at Harry. Cannot explain fully. Not allowed. I believe, Dumbledore interjected smoothly, that explanations can wait for a less exhausting evening. His twinkling gaze swept over the mud-splattered, drained children. For now, let us celebrate the safe return of Miss Weasley, the neutralization of a significant threat, and the remarkable cooperation between students and a castle resident not usually known for his helpful nature. Davenport looked ready to protest, but Dumbledore continued, Archibald, I invite you to compile your observations for a full report to the Ministry. I'm sure they will be fascinated by this evidence of Peeves' more constructive capabilities. Though perhaps we might agree that containment measures are no longer necessary. The specialist reluctantly nodded, though his eyes remained fixed on Peeves with professional fascination. I'll recommend a monitoring protocol instead. And I'll need that whistle returned, he added, spotting the silver device still clutched in Harry's hand. Harry reluctantly surrendered it, earning a mock-tragic sigh from Peeves. Such a fun toy, the poltergeist lamented. Made such interesting noises. The meeting concluded with Dumbledore awarding Harry, Ron, and Hermione 200 points each for Gryffindor, virtually guaranteeing them the House Cup, and special awards for services to the school. The Weasleys departed for the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey waited to examine Jinny. McGonagall escorted Harry, Ron, and Hermione back to Gryffindor Tower, lecturing them the entire way about proper protocols for reporting dangerous situations. Only when they were finally alone in the common room, long after the other Gryffindors had gone to bed, after celebrating both their safe return and the astronomical points they'd earned, did Harry broach the subject that had been burning in his mind. Why didn't you let me tell Dumbledore about our blood ritual, he asked Peeves, who had reappeared once McGonagall departed. Or about my connection to Godric Gryffindor. The poltergeist, uncharacteristically serious, descended to their level. Some secrets must stay secret a while longer. Especially with outsiders present. You mean Davenport? Hermione asked. Peeves nodded. Ministry man reports to Masters. Masters have interests. Not all aligned with Potty's safety. You don't trust the Ministry, Harry realized. Peeves trusts few, the poltergeist confirmed. Especially now, with dark forces stirring again. He drifted closer to Harry. The diary was just the beginning. Old enemies gather strength. Potter needs Peeves' protection more than ever. Ron yawned widely, the day's events finally catching up with him. Well, I for one am grateful for your protection. Even if you did drop a water balloon on my head last week. Peeves brightened, doing a quick somersault. Had to maintain cover. Can't let everyone know Peeves plays favorites. He winked at Harry. Though Castle knows now. Castle always knows. What did you mean about the basilisk recognizing Founder's magic? Hermione asked, ever focused on understanding the underlying principles. How could your essence help Harry command it? The poltergeist's form flickered slightly, as if her question pushed against his magical boundaries. Cannot say directly. But. He glanced around conspiratorially. Peeves existed since Founder's time. Was bound by one Founder to protect their line. That magic, that essence, the basilisk recognized it. Ancient Serpent remembers the four who built Hogwarts. So the basilisk knew I carried a piece of Gryffindor's magic? Harry pressed. Because you're bound to his bloodline? Peeves nodded vigorously, pleased they were working it out without him having to state it outright. That's why you can control parts of the castle that normal poltergeists can't, Hermione realized. You're literally bound to Hogwarts itself, not just haunting it. Smart girl. Peeves crowed, executing a pleased backflip. Castle and Peeves connected. Deep magic. Old magic. Harry touched the faint silver mark on his palm, remembering the surge of power he'd felt in the chamber. And our blood ritual strengthened that connection, allowing me to tap into it too. Temporarily, Peeves cautioned. Tiny fragment. Tiny connection. Not permanent. They talked late into the night, Peeves revealing what he could about his nature without triggering the magical constraints that bound him. Harry learned that while the poltergeist couldn't directly tell him everything about their connection, he could confirm or deny Harry's guesses, a loophole they exploited thoroughly. By the time they finally dragged themselves to bed, Harry had pieced together more of his family's ancient history. The Potters were indeed direct descendants of Godric Gryffindor through a female line, explaining why the name had changed. Peeves had been bound as a guardian to the Gryffindor bloodline through some kind of magical sacrifice, the details of which the poltergeist still couldn't reveal, and this binding connected him to Hogwarts itself in ways that made him far more powerful than an ordinary poltergeist. Most importantly, Harry now understood that his connection to Peeves wasn't just about protection, it was a living link to Godric Gryffindor himself, a heritage he'd never known was his. The final weeks of term passed in a blur of sunshine and celebration. The petrified victims were successfully revived with Professor Sprout's Mandrake restorative draft. Jinny recovered from her ordeal, though she remained quieter than before. Exams were cancelled as a school treat, and Gryffindor won the House Cup for the second year running. Through it all, Harry noticed subtle changes in Peeves' behavior. The poltergeist maintained his mischievous facade, dropping water balloons on first years, writing rude words on blackboards, zooming through corridors singing offensive songs about Filch, but Harry could sense a new purposefulness behind the chaos. Peeves was watching, assessing, guarding in his own uniquely disruptive way. Archibald Davenport remained at Hogwarts for a week after the chamber incident, conducting what he termed a comprehensive evaluation of the poltergeist's capabilities. In practice, this meant following Peeves around with various measuring devices and attempting to document his interactions with the castle itself. The poltergeist turned it into a game, leading the specialist on wild chases through secret passages, disappearing through walls just as Davenport caught up, or filling his research notes with invisible ink that vanished after an hour. "You're enjoying this, aren't you?" Harry accused after witnessing Peeves replace all of Davenport's quills with trick ones that squirted ink in the user's face. The poltergeist executed a perfect loop-the-loop of delight. Most fun Peeves has had in decades. Ghost Hunter tries so hard. Measures so carefully. Understands so little. He's still determined to figure you out, though, Harry noted. I heard him telling Professor Flitwick that he's compiled more data on you than anyone has in centuries. Peeves cackled, unconcerned. Let him measure. Let him study. Some secrets stay secret. He zoomed closer, suddenly serious. But Ghost Hunter reports to Malfoy Sr. This Peeves knows for certain. Overheard them talking in a corridor when they thought no one was listening. Harry frowned. Lucius Malfoy. Why is he so interested in you? Because Peeves interferes, the poltergeist said simply. Protects Potter. Watches over Castle. Sees things others miss. He tugged thoughtfully at his bow tie. Malfoy has plans. Dark plans. Peeves complicates them. Before Harry could ask more, Professor McGonagall's magically amplified voice echoed through the castle, instructing all students to pack their trunks for tomorrow's departure. The end-of-term feast would begin in 1 hour. We'll talk more next year, Harry promised as the poltergeist prepared to zoom away. And I'll try to learn more about my family connection to Gryffindor over the summer. Peeves performed a solemn midair bow, more sincere than Harry had ever seen him. Peeves will watch for Potty's return. Castle will not be the same without him. As Harry headed back to Gryffindor Tower to pack, he reflected on how radically his understanding of Hogwarts had changed. The castle wasn't just a school, it was a living magical entity with ancient secrets, hidden chambers, and bound guardians. And somehow, improbably, he was connected to it all through his bloodline. For the first time since discovering he was a wizard, Harry felt he was beginning to understand his true heritage. King's Cross Station bustled with the usual end-of-term chaos as students piled off the Hogwarts Express, searching for parents and dragging heavy trunks. Harry, Ron, and Hermione lingered on the platform, delaying their final goodbyes. "You'll write this summer, won't you?" Hermione asked anxiously. "Both of you?" "Every week," Ron promised, though Harry knew his friend's track record with regular correspondence was spotty at best. "The Dursleys will probably lock Hedwig up again," Harry said glumly. "But I'll try." "Well, if I don't hear from you in 2 weeks, I'll start sending you letters the Muggle way," Hermione decided. They made plans to meet in Diagon Alley for school shopping in August, then reluctantly parted ways, Hermione toward her dentist parents, Ron to where the cluster of redheads that was his family waited, and Harry to where Uncle Vernon stood scowling at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. As Harry pushed his trolley toward his uncle, that familiar cold prickling sensation swept over him. He paused, glancing around, but saw nothing unusual among the crowded platform. Then, just as he was about to move on, he caught a glimpse of something pearly-white darting between 2 pillars. A faint, mischievous cackle reached his ears, audible only to him. "See you soon, Potty Potter," whispered that unmistakable voice. "Peeves watches. Peeves guards. Even far from home." Harry smiled, then continued toward Uncle Vernon with a lighter heart. Whatever the summer held, he wasn't truly alone. His unusual guardian would be watching. The summer dragged by with excruciating slowness. Despite Hermione's best efforts, her Muggle-posted letters rarely made it past Uncle Vernon's screening. Harry found himself more isolated than ever, counting down the days until he could return to Hogwarts. His only consolation came in the form of occasional, barely perceptible reminders of Peeves' distant presence, a cold spot in his otherwise sweltering bedroom, the mysterious rearrangement of items on his desk while he slept, once, a crude drawing of Dudley with donkey ears that appeared in his potions textbook, in what looked suspiciously like ectoplasmic ink. Then, 3 weeks before term was set to begin, the incident with Aunt Marge occurred. Her insults toward his parents grew so intolerable that Harry's magic erupted involuntarily, inflating her like a balloon. In the ensuing chaos, he packed his trunk, grabbed Hedwig's cage, and fled into the night. Sitting on a low wall on Magnolia Crescent, his initial anger gave way to creeping dread. He was now, officially, in serious trouble. Underage magic outside school, and in front of Muggles, no less. They might even snap his wand. "Stupid," he muttered to himself. "Really stupid." "Not stupid," said a familiar voice directly behind him. "Justified." Harry whirled around to find himself face to face with Peeves, who hovered a few inches off the ground, looking far more substantial than Harry had ever seen him outside Hogwarts. "Peeves," he gasped. "What are you? How are you? Oath pulls stronger when Potter needs protection," the poltergeist explained, executing a casual somersault. "Felt the magic surge. Felt the danger. Came immediately." "But you're so far from Hogwarts," Harry marveled. "And you look different." Indeed, Peeves appeared more solid, less translucent than usual. His colorful clothes seemed brighter, his form more defined. Only a slight shimmer around his edges revealed his non-corporeal nature. "Blood ritual still helps," Peeves said, tapping Harry's palm where the silver mark had faded but not disappeared. "Connection stronger. Range extended." He glanced around nervously. "But cannot stay long. Too far from castle. Too draining." "I'm in real trouble, Peeves," Harry admitted. "I just blew up my aunt, not with explosives, I mean I literally inflated her like a balloon. The ministry will expel me for sure." The poltergeist surprised him by looking completely unconcerned. "They won't." "How can you know that?" "Because greater concerns loom," Peeves said cryptically. "Dark wizard escapes prison. Ministry scrambles like headless chickens. Potter's accidental magic barely registers." Harry stared at him. Dark wizard? You mean someone's escaped from Azkaban? Peeves nodded vigorously. Big news in magical world. Terrible news. First ever escape. Sirius Black, they call him. Dangerous. Murderous. The poltergeist's expression grew unusually grave. And hunting for Potter. Hunting for me? Why would he? A loud crack interrupted Harry's question. Both he and Peeves turned to see a massive purple triple-decker bus materializing at the curb, the night bus, as the gold lettering on its windshield proclaimed. Time for Peeves to go, the poltergeist whispered urgently. Cannot be seen by other wizards so far from Hogwarts. Raises too many questions. Wait, Harry pleaded. You can't just tell me some escaped murderer is after me and then disappear. Peeves executed a backward somersault, already growing less substantial. Potter must be careful. Very careful. Dark forces gather. His form flickered like a faulty light bulb. Peeves will watch at Hogwarts. Will protect. But until then, constant vigilance. With that final warning, the poltergeist vanished completely, leaving Harry alone on the curb as a pimply conductor stepped off the night bus. Welcome to the night bus, the young man announced in a practiced monotone. Emergency transport for the stranded witch or wizard. Just stick out your wand hand, step on board, and we can take you anywhere you want to go. My name is Stan Shunpike, and I will be your conductor this eve. He broke off, staring at Harry's lightning scar. Blimey, it's Harry Potter. Harry sighed, wondering how much worse this night could get. First accidental magic, then news of an escaped murderer targeting him, and now recognized by a bus conductor who would probably alert half the wizarding world to his whereabouts. Still, the night bus was his best option for escape at the moment. Hefting his trunk, he stepped aboard, trying to process Peeves' ominous warning. Sirius Black. An escaped murderer who was somehow connected to Harry. Just what he needed, another deadly enemy. The remainder of Harry's summer unfolded in unexpected comfort at the Leaky Cauldron, where Minister Fudge himself had assured him no punishment would come for the Aunt Marge incident. Harry spent his days exploring Diagon Alley, completed his homework in the open, and eventually reunited with Ron and Hermione for the final days before term. Only one shadow hung over this freedom, the wanted posters of Sirius Black that plastered every shop window, lamppost, and notice board. The gaunt, hollowed face with matted hair and sunken eyes seemed to follow Harry wherever he went, a constant reminder of Peeves' warning. When he finally shared the poltergeist's revelation with Ron and Hermione, their reactions were predictably different. Blimey, Peeves came all the way to Surrey again. Ron marveled, focusing on the least relevant detail. He must really take this guardian business seriously. Never mind that, Hermione insisted. Harry, if Black escaped Azkaban specifically to come after you, this is incredibly serious. No one's ever broken out before. Yeah, Dad's been working overtime at the ministry because of it, Ron confirmed. Comes home exhausted every night. They've got all the magical law enforcement wizards looking for Black. But why would he want to kill me specifically? Harry wondered. What connection could I possibly have to him? Hermione's expression turned hesitant. Well, he was a Death Eater, wasn't he? One of you-know-who's most loyal supporters. And you're the one who defeated his master. It made a certain chilling sense. But something about the explanation felt incomplete to Harry. Why now, after 12 years? And how had the man even managed to escape the inescapable prison? These questions accompanied him all the way to platform 9 3/4, where Mrs. Weasley hugged him with unusual fierceness and Mr. Weasley took him aside for a private word, confirming indirectly what Peeves had already told him. Black was indeed hunting Harry specifically. The journey to Hogwarts brought its own troubles, a compartment shared with a sleeping Professor Lupin, unsettling news about Dementors guarding the school, and then the horrifying experience of the soul-sucking creatures themselves boarding the train. When the Dementor loomed over Harry, a towering, cloaked figure with nothing but a gaping hole where a face should be, he experienced something beyond ordinary fear. Cold swept through him, deep into his chest, and a thick white fog swirled in his brain. From far away, he heard screaming, terrible, terrified, pleading screams. Then, just as consciousness began to slip away, something unexpected happened. The silver mark on his palm flared with painful cold, so intense it jolted him back to partial awareness. A faint blue glow emanated from his hand, pushing back slightly against the fog in his mind. It wasn't enough to drive the Dementor away, that required Professor Lupin's intervention with his silver-white guardian, but it kept Harry from completely losing consciousness. When he came fully back to himself, chocolate in hand courtesy of Lupin, he stared at his palm in confusion. The mark had faded back to its usual faint silver line, with no sign of the blue glow. "You okay, mate?" Ron asked, his own face still pale from the encounter. "You went really rigid and fell out of your seat. Started twitching." "I heard screaming," Harry said quietly. "A woman. I think it was my mother." Hermione made a small, horrified sound. "That's awful, Harry. But you know what's strange? For just a second, before Professor Lupin cast that spell, I thought I saw a blue light coming from your hand." Harry nodded slowly. "The mark from Peeves. I felt it go ice cold, like it was fighting against the Dementor somehow." "The ritual you performed strengthened your connection," Hermione reasoned. "Perhaps some of Peeves' protective essence recognized the Dementor as a threat and tried to shield you." "Fat lot of good it did," Harry muttered, still shaken by the experience. "I still heard what I heard." "But you didn't pass out completely," Hermione pointed out. "That's something." The remainder of the journey passed in subdued conversation. By the time they reached Hogsmeade Station, rain was falling heavily, and the carriages that transported them to the castle splashed through deep puddles on the track. As they passed through the gates flanked by winged boars, Harry felt the unmistakable chill that signified more Dementors. Even hidden by darkness and rain, their presence was palpable, a coldness that went beyond physical temperature, a despair that seeped into the bones. But as the carriage rolled onto Hogwarts grounds proper, Harry felt a different kind of chill, familiar, almost comforting by comparison. The mark on his palm tingled slightly, and a sense of recognition washed over him. "Peeves is nearby," he murmured to his friends. "I can feel him." Sure enough, as they entered the castle, they heard the unmistakable sound of water balloons splashing and Filch's outraged yelling from the entrance hall. McGonagall's voice rose above the commotion, ordering Peeves to desist immediately. "Some things never change," Ron grinned as they made their way toward the Great Hall, carefully skirting the puddles and the irate caretaker. But Harry noticed something the others missed. As Peeves zoomed overhead, pelting late-arriving students with water balloons, the poltergeist executed a precise maneuver to avoid Harry completely. Their eyes met briefly, and Peeves winked before lobbing a particularly large balloon at a group of Slytherins. The message was clear: the show of typical mischief was just that, a show. Behind it, Peeves was already resuming his protective watch. The first few weeks of term settled into a rhythm of classes, homework, and the constant underlying tension of Dementors patrolling the grounds. Harry struggled with their presence more than most, each encounter leaving him weak and shaken. Professor Lupin's promise to teach him the Patronus charm offered some hope, but the lessons wouldn't begin until after the Christmas holidays. In the meantime, Harry noticed Peeves shadowing him more overtly than before. The poltergeist maintained his troublemaking persona, but Harry frequently spotted him lurking nearby during outdoor classes or Quidditch practice, times when Harry was most vulnerable to Dementor encounters. "He's worried about the Dementors affecting you," Hermione observed after Peeves had, coincidentally, disrupted a Care of Magical Creatures lesson just as a cold fog had begun rolling in from the forest, a telltale sign of approaching Dementors. "Can he actually fight them off?" Ron wondered as they trudged back to the castle, Hagrid's lesson cut short by Peeves' antics. "I mean, he's not exactly corporeal himself, is he?" "I don't think he can drive them away completely," Harry said, remembering how the mark on his palm had helped him resist but not repel the Dementor on the train. But he might be able to shield me somewhat. That theory was tested during the first Quidditch match of the season against Hufflepuff, played in a furious thunderstorm. High above the pitch, visibility reduced to near zero by rain, Harry found himself face to face with Cedric Diggory in pursuit of the Golden Snitch. Then, without warning, an eerie silence fell. The storm still raged around them, but the sound had vanished as if someone had turned a volume knob to zero. Harry recognized the sensation immediately. Dementors. Dozens of them, gliding onto the field far below, their faces turned upward toward him. The now familiar cold began to penetrate his sodden robes, seeping into his very heart. The screaming started in his head again, his mother's voice, pleading with Voldemort to spare her son. Through the encroaching fog of despair, Harry was dimly aware of his broom slowing, then stopping entirely. He felt himself slide sideways, losing his grip as consciousness began to fade. Then two things happened simultaneously. The silver mark on his palm flared with intense cold, just as it had on the train. And somewhere nearby, he heard a familiar voice shriek with unexpected fury, "Leave him alone." Peeves commands. Through half-closed eyes, Harry glimpsed a streak of pearly white diving between him and the Dementors below, Peeves, moving faster than Harry had ever seen him, trailing blue fire like a comet. The Poltergeist's normally mischievous form had transformed into something ancient and terrible, larger, darker, wreathed in crackling energy. The mark on Harry's palm responded, glowing with matching blue light. Some of the fog cleared from his mind, and he felt a surge of strength, not enough to fully resist the Dementor's effect, but enough to tighten his grip on his broom for a few crucial seconds. Below, Peeves confronted the mass of Dementors, placing himself directly between them and Harry's airborne position. The Poltergeist's voice boomed across the pitch, audible even through the storm and the Dementor's unnatural silence, "Bound by oath to protect. You shall not have him." The blue fire surrounding Peeves expanded outward in a shockwave that momentarily pushed the nearest Dementors back. The creatures hesitated, seemingly confused by this unexpected resistance from a non-corporeal entity. But the reprieve was brief. The Dementors regrouped quickly, their soul-sucking power too strong for even Peeves' enhanced abilities to repel completely. As they advanced again, Harry felt the last of his strength ebbing away. The mark on his palm flickered, then dimmed. His fingers slipped from his broom handle. As he began to fall, the last thing Harry saw was Dumbledore rushing onto the field far below, wand raised, and Peeves' fiery form still fighting desperately against the overwhelming dark tide of Dementors. Then everything went black. Harry awoke in the hospital wing to the familiar sight of his teammates gathered around his bed, all splattered with mud and looking as though they'd just climbed out of a swimming pool. "Harry!" Fred exclaimed, noticing his consciousness first. "How are you feeling? What happened?" Harry asked groggily, trying to piece together his fragmented memories. "You fell off," said Fred. "Must have been, 50 feet. We thought you'd died," whispered Alicia Spinnet, who was shaking. "But Dumbledore slowed your fall," explained George. And then the weirdest thing happened. Peeves, Harry remembered suddenly. He was fighting the Dementors. The team exchanged glances. It was mental, Fred confirmed. He was all different. Bigger. On fire, sort of. "Never seen anything like it," Wood added, looking unusually subdued. The Dementors came onto the field, and suddenly Peeves was there, screaming at them, throwing himself between them and you. "Didn't work, though, did it?" Harry said bitterly, remembering his fall. "I still passed out." "Yeah, but..." George hesitated. "After you started falling, Peeves did something really strange. He sort of divided himself. Part of him stayed fighting the Dementors, while another part shot toward you. Tried to slow your fall before Dumbledore's spell hit." "Dumbledore was furious," Alicia added. "Never seen him like that. The Dementors fled as soon as he arrived." Harry absorbed this information slowly. His memory of the incident was patchy, the cold, his mother's screams, Peeves transformed into something fiery and ancient, the blue glow from the mark on his palm. "Where is he now?" he asked. "Peeves, I mean." Another exchange of glances among the team. "That's the other weird thing," Fred said. "No one's seen him since the match. He just disappeared after Dumbledore drove the Dementors away." This was concerning. Peeves never disappeared, he was a constant presence in the castle, his mischief and cackling as reliable as the moving staircases or the enchanted ceiling in the Great Hall. Maybe he used up too much energy fighting the Dementors. Hermione suggested when the team finally left and she and Ron took their places beside Harry's bed. "You said he looked different, more powerful. That must require considerable magical exertion." "I'm worried about him," Harry admitted, examining the mark on his palm. It looked fainter than before, the silver line barely visible. "I think he genuinely tried to save me from the Dementors, even though it was too much for him." "He's a bound guardian," Hermione reminded him. "Protecting you isn't just a choice for him, it's literally his magical purpose." "That doesn't mean he can't be hurt in the process," Harry argued. "You saw how Davenport's whistle affected him last year. Spirits can be injured or depleted by the right kind of magic, and Dementors are basically dark spirits themselves." "What can we do, though?" Ron asked practically. "It's not like we can go looking for a poltergeist who doesn't want to be found." Harry wasn't so sure about that. The blood ritual had connected them more deeply than before. Perhaps that connection worked both ways. That night, after Madame Pomfrey had finally allowed him to return to Gryffindor Tower, Harry waited until his dorm mates were asleep. Then, sitting cross-legged on his bed with the curtains drawn, he pressed his thumb firmly against the faded mark on his palm and concentrated. "Peeves," he whispered into the darkness. "Where are you? Are you okay?" For several minutes, nothing happened. Just as Harry was about to give up, the temperature around his bed plummeted. Frost crystals formed on the inside of his bed curtains, and his breath clouded in the suddenly frigid air. Then, slowly, a faint pearly glow manifested at the foot of his bed. It wasn't Peeves in his usual form, just a small, flickering ball of bluish-white light that pulsed weakly, like a heartbeat. "Peeves," Harry whispered again. "Is that you?" The light pulsed once in apparent affirmation. "Are you hurt? From fighting the Dementors?" Another pulse, stronger this time. "What can I do to help?" The glowing orb drifted closer to Harry's marked palm. When it hovered directly above the silver line, Harry understood what was needed. He held his hand out, palm up, and the light settled onto the mark. Immediately, a sharp cold sensation shot up his arm, not painful but intense. The mark glowed blue again, as it had during the Dementor encounter. Harry felt a strange draining sensation, as if something was drawing energy directly from his core. The glowing orb brightened, growing slightly larger and more stable. After several seconds, it lifted from his palm and hovered at eye level. "Used too much power," came Peeves' voice, barely audible and lacking its usual manic energy. "Dementors, too strong, nearly dispersed." "You tried to protect me," Harry said softly. "Thank you." The orb pulsed, a flicker of Peeves' usual pride showing through his weakened state. "Oath demands it. But also, wanted to. Potter, worth protecting." Harry felt a surprising lump form in his throat. "You need to rest, don't you? To recover your strength?" "Yes, must gather, reconstitute, form scattered by Dementors." The orb drifted slightly away. "Used the connection, to anchor, prevent complete dispersal. Our blood ritual saved you," Harry realized. "The same way it helped me resist the Dementor's effect. Ancient magic, very useful." The light pulsed with what might have been Peeves' version of a chuckle. "Need time, to recover fully. Potter must, be careful." "I will," Harry promised. "Professor Lupin's going to teach me the Patronus charm after Christmas. I'll be able to fight the Dementors myself." The orb brightened briefly. Good, very good, less work, for Peeves. Another pulse, weaker this time. Must go now. Conserve energy, rebuild. Wait, Harry said quickly. Before you go, can I help? Is there anything I can do to speed your recovery? The light hesitated, hovering thoughtfully. Another ritual might help. Smaller. Just renewal. Tell me what to do, Harry offered immediately. Peeves' essence explained that a simplified version of their previous blood ritual could help channel some of Harry's living energy to accelerate the poltergeist's recovery. It required just 3 drops of freely given blood and a brief incantation, no midnight ceremony in the Great Hall necessary. Harry didn't hesitate. Using a small pin from his bedside table, he pricked his finger and squeezed 3 drops of blood onto the silver mark on his palm. As instructed, he whispered, Vires offero, spiritus renovo. Ego, Heres Gryffindor, voluntary auxilium. The blood shimmered, then seemed to absorb into the silver mark, turning it momentarily crimson before fading back to its usual color, though now more vivid and clearly defined than before. The glowing orb that was Peeves' essence flared brightly, expanding to twice its previous size. Much better, the poltergeist's voice said, stronger now. Kind of potty, to help Peeves. Connection goes, both ways now. What do you mean? Harry asked. Before, oath bound Peeves to Potter. One-way obligation. The orb did a small loop, some of Peeves' natural exuberance returning. Now. Potter chooses to help Peeves. Creates, reciprocal bond. More balanced. More, friendship than servitude. Harry smiled, oddly touched. Well, friends look out for each other, don't they? The orb pulsed with what seemed like pleasure. Friends. Yes. Peeves has not had a friend, in centuries. It drifted toward the bed curtains. Must go now, continue recovering. But will return. Stronger soon. Watch over Potter, as always. Rest well, Peeves, Harry said as the glowing essence faded away, leaving only a lingering chill in the air. He lay back against his pillows, contemplating this new development. His relationship with Peeves had evolved from an ancient magical obligation to something approaching genuine friendship. The poltergeist was still bound to protect him, but Harry had now twice freely chosen to strengthen their connection, creating something more equal and reciprocal in the process. It felt right somehow. After all, wasn't that what Godric Gryffindor himself would have valued? Not servitude, but freely chosen loyalty. With that comforting thought, Harry drifted off to sleep, the renewed mark on his palm a tangible reminder that he wasn't facing his challenges alone. Over the following weeks, Peeves gradually returned to visibility around the castle, though he limited himself to minor mischief at first, conserving his strength. The first sign of his recovery came during a particularly unpleasant potions class, when Malfoy spent the entire period making Dementor noises whenever Harry glanced his way. As they filed out of the dungeon, Malfoy's taunting reached its peak. Potter needs his pet poltergeist to save him from the scary Dementors. Where is your guardian now, Potter? Did the Dementors eat him? Before Harry could respond, a water balloon filled with bright green slime dropped directly onto Malfoy's head, exploding with impressive force. The Slytherin stood frozen in shock as viscous goo dripped down his face and expensive robes. Peeves materialized above him, looking somewhat transparent but undeniably pleased with himself. Oops. Peeves' aim is rusty. So sorry, ferret boy. The Gryffindors roared with laughter as Malfoy sputtered with rage, too covered in slime to effectively draw his wand. Snape emerged from the classroom at the commotion, his face darkening at the sight of his favorite student dripping with green goo. Peeves, the potions master bellowed. This is intolerable. The headmaster will hear about this. The poltergeist executed a wobbly loop-the-loop. Peeves is devastated. Heartbroken. We'll try to do better next time. He winked at Harry before zooming away, cackling madly. He's definitely feeling better, Ron observed as they climbed the stairs to the entrance hall. That slime was inspired. Still not back to full strength though, Harry noted. Did you notice how transparent he looked? And that loop-the-loop was pretty shaky. At least he's recovering, Hermione said. That confrontation with the Dementors must have really depleted him. As the term progressed toward Christmas, Peeves continued his gradual return to form. By the time the holiday decorations appeared throughout the castle, he was once again wreaking his usual havoc, singing rude versions of Christmas carols, hiding inside suits of armor decorated as Santa Claus to scare passing students, and dropping ornaments on people's heads. To casual observers, everything had returned to normal. But Harry noticed subtle differences in the poltergeist's behavior. Peeves was more strategic in his chaos now, often creating diversions that coincidentally led Harry away from areas where Dementors might be lurking. He was also more openly protective, no longer bothering to disguise his favoritism toward Harry except in the most public settings. He's adapting his approach, Hermione observed after Peeves had deliberately caused a scene in the library that distracted everyone from Harry's research into Sirius Black. Less concerned with maintaining his neutral troublemaker facade. The whole school already knows he helped us in the Chamber of Secrets, Harry pointed out. And everyone saw him trying to fight off the Dementors during the Quidditch match. There's not much point in pretending anymore. It's more than that, Hermione insisted. I think your second ritual changed something fundamental in your connection. Remember what he told you, about friendship versus servitude? I think he's acting more independently now, making his own decisions about how best to protect you rather than just responding to magical compulsion. Harry hadn't considered this aspect, but it made sense. Peeves seemed more deliberate in his actions lately, less manically chaotic and more purposefully disruptive. He was still fundamentally a poltergeist, of course, causing trouble was literally in his nature, but he was channeling that nature more thoughtfully. The true extent of this evolution became apparent just before the Christmas holidays, when Harry used his invisibility cloak to sneak into Hogsmeade with Fred and George's help. After an eventful afternoon exploring the village with Ron and Hermione, including overhearing the bombshell revelation that Sirius Black had been his parents' best friend and had betrayed them to Voldemort, Harry returned to the castle in a state of shock. He was so distracted by this devastating news that he almost walked straight into Snape in the entrance hall, barely managing to dodge the potions master while remaining under his invisibility cloak. As he pressed himself against the wall, heart pounding, he heard a familiar cackle from directly above. Peeves hovered near the ceiling, watching the scene with obvious interest. The poltergeist's eyes tracked Harry's invisible position with uncanny accuracy. Then, without warning, Peeves swooped down toward Snape, bellowing at the top of his lungs, "Snowball fight on the third floor. Students breaking windows and ruining portraits." Snape's head snapped up, his sallow face contorting with rage. Peeves. If you're lying again, would Peeves lie to respected potions master? Never. Well, often, actually. But not this time. The poltergeist did an excited somersault. Big mess. Huge disaster. Better hurry before McGonagall blames Snape. Why? With a final murderous glare, Snape strode away toward the marble staircase. As soon as he was out of sight, Peeves descended to hover directly in front of Harry's invisible form. Potter shouldn't be here, the poltergeist whispered, his usual manic grin replaced with a more serious expression. Came back from village, yes. Very risky. Black still loose. Still hunting. Harry pulled the invisibility cloak off his head, staring at Peeves in surprise. You knew I went to Hogsmeade? How? Peeves tapped the side of his transparent nose. Connection works both ways now, remember? Peeves always knows where Potter is. Not exact location, but general sense. He glanced toward where Snape had disappeared. Could have told Snapey just now. Could have revealed Potter's little adventure. But you didn't, Harry said slowly. You distracted him instead. Peeves makes own choices now, the poltergeist confirmed, looking rather pleased with himself. Still bound to protect, yes. But how Peeves protects, that's more flexible now. Harry considered this development. So you knew I was breaking rules by going to Hogsmeade, but you decided to cover for me anyway? Peeves executed a casual backflip. Potter needs some freedom. Some joy. Cannot protect body at expense of spirit. He winked mischievously. Besides, Peeves enjoys breaking rules. Why shouldn't Potter? Despite his troubled thoughts about Sirius Black, Harry couldn't help smiling. Thanks, Peeves. For not turning me in. The poltergeist bowed elaborately in midair. What are friends for? Now, Potter should get back to Tower before Snapey returns. No more adventures today, yes. Harry nodded, pulling the invisibility cloak back over his head. As he headed toward Gryffindor Tower, he reflected on this latest evolution in their relationship. Peeves wasn't just mindlessly following magical compulsion anymore, he was making nuanced judgments about Harry's well-being, balancing physical safety against emotional needs. It was, Harry realized, exactly what a good friend would do. The Christmas holidays brought an unexpected gift, a magnificent firebolt broomstick, sent anonymously to replace Harry's destroyed Nimbus 2000. His initial delight was short-lived, however, as Hermione reported it to Professor McGonagall, fearing it might have been sent by Sirius Black and Jinx to harm Harry. The resulting confiscation of the broom for stripping and checking led to a bitter falling out between Ron and Hermione, with Harry caught in the middle. Adding to the tension was Hermione's cat Crookshank's apparent determination to eat Ron's rat Scabbers. Throughout this domestic drama, Peeves maintained an unusually keen interest in the firebolt situation. He frequently popped up during Harry's conversations about the broomstick, listening intently before zooming away on apparent mischief. What's with him? Ron asked after Peeves had appeared briefly during yet another discussion about when the firebolt might be returned, only to disappear without causing any chaos at all. He didn't even drop anything on anyone. Just listened and left. I think he's investigating, Harry said slowly, a suspicion forming. About who sent the firebolt. Can he do that? Ron wondered. I mean, he's confined to the castle, isn't he? Mostly, Harry agreed. But he knows everything that happens inside Hogwarts. And he seems really interested in the broom for some reason. His suspicion was confirmed a few days later when Peeves cornered him alone in an empty classroom. The poltergeist appeared suddenly, locking the door with a wave of his transparent hand before Harry could react. Potter needs to know things, Peeves announced without preamble, his usual sing-song voice replaced with urgent seriousness. Important things about Black. Harry's full attention was immediately captured. What about him? Do you know where he is? Peeves shook his head. Not exact location. But Peeves has been investigating. Listening to portraits. Consulting castle ghosts. Observing professors' private conversations. And? Harry prompted when the poltergeist paused dramatically. The broom, Peeves said, was indeed from Black. Harry felt a cold weight settle in his stomach. So Hermione was right. It is jinxed. No. Peeves exclaimed, doing an impatient somersault. Clean as new snow. No jinxes, no curses, no traps. Black sent gift, not weapon. Harry stared at the poltergeist in confusion. But that doesn't make sense. He's trying to kill me. Peeves tugged at his bow tie, looking uncharacteristically uncertain. That's what Ministry thinks. What teachers believe. What newspapers say. He drifted closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. But Peeves has heard other things. Strange things. Like what? The poltergeist glanced around, as if checking for eavesdroppers, before continuing. Overheard McGonagall and Flitwick discussing Black's behavior. No attempts to harm students. No attacks on castle. Just tries to enter Gryffindor Tower. To get to me, Harry insisted. Perhaps, Peeves acknowledged. But why send expensive broom if planning murder? Why not cursed package instead? It was a good question, one Harry hadn't considered. Maybe he thought I'd be so excited about the firebolt that I'd ride it without checking it first. Peeves performed a thoughtful loop-the-loop. Possible. But Peeves has sensed oddities. Things that don't align with story of murderous Black. He stared intently at Harry. Did Potter know Black was his godfather? The question hit Harry like a physical blow. My, what? Godfather, Peeves repeated. Chosen by Potter's parents to guard and protect if they died. Heard Hagrid mention it to Professor Sprout. Was crying into his tankard about poor Harry never knowing. Harry's mind reeled. Sirius Black, his parents' betrayer, the man who had as good as murdered them, was his godfather. They had trusted him that much. It made the betrayal even more sickening. But it also raised questions that hadn't occurred to Harry before. If he was their friend, their close friend, why did he turn against them, he wondered aloud. Peeves shrugged, his transparent shoulders rippling strangely. Peeves doesn't know. But found it worth mentioning. He drifted toward the door, apparently having said his piece. Just thought Potter should have all pieces of puzzle. Not just what adults think he should know. With that, the poltergeist unlocked the door and zoomed away, leaving Harry with far more questions than answers. January brought the return of Harry's confiscated firebolt, pronounced jinx-free, and the beginning of his anti-Dementor lessons with Professor Lupin. Learning the Patronus charm proved exceptionally difficult, partly because it was advanced magic, and partly because confronting the boggart Dementor meant reliving his worst memories repeatedly. After his third lesson ended with him once again collapsed on the floor, shaking and covered in cold sweat, Harry noticed the temperature in Lupin's office drop suddenly. The professor noticed it too, looking up sharply as frost began to form on the windows. "We have company," Lupin observed mildly as Peeves materialized near the ceiling, looking distinctly concerned as he surveyed Harry's exhausted state. "Potter practices dangerous magic," the poltergeist noted, descending to hover near them. "Very draining. Very taxing. The Patronus charm is indeed challenging," Lupin agreed, studying Peeves with obvious interest. "But necessary, given Mr. Potter's particular vulnerability to Dementors." Peeves performed a slow circuit of the room, examining the trunk containing the boggart. "Not real Dementor in box. Just pretend. Still affects Potter strongly. His reactions are unusually severe," Lupin confirmed. "But he's making progress." The poltergeist completed his inspection, then fixed Lupin with an unervingly direct stare. "Wolfman teaches well. Peeves approves." Harry choked on the piece of chocolate he'd been eating. Lupin's face went very still, though his mild expression never faltered. "An interesting choice of words," the professor said carefully. "I don't believe we've been formally introduced. I'm Professor Remus Lupin." Peeves executed a surprisingly respectful bow in midair. Peeves knows. Remembers little Lupin running with stag and dog and rat. Causing trouble. Breaking rules. The poltergeist's perpetual grin widened. Good times. Much chaos. Harry stared between them, processing this unexpected revelation. Lupin had known his father, well enough to cause trouble with him, apparently. And what was that about a stag and dog and rat? Lupin cleared his throat. "Yes, well, that was a long time ago." He turned to Harry with a slightly strained smile. "I believe that's enough for tonight, Harry. Continue practicing the incantation, and try to focus on your happy memory more strongly next time." Recognizing a dismissal, Harry gathered his things and headed for the door, Peeves floating along behind him. As soon as they were in the corridor, Harry rounded on the poltergeist. "Wolfman. What was that about? And how did you know Lupin was friends with my dad?" Peeves executed a casual somersault. "Peeves knows many things about Castle and those who dwell within. Watched little Lupin and his friends for 7 years, didn't I? Marauders, they called themselves." The poltergeist's expression turned nostalgic. Worthy adversaries. Almost as good as Weasley twins at making trouble. My dad was a troublemaker? Harry asked, momentarily distracted from his main question. The best kind. Peeves assured him with obvious approval. Creative. Bold. Always planning next big prank. He swooped lower, his voice dropping conspiratorially. But Potter asked about Wolfman. Should ask Lupin himself why he disappears every full moon. Why Snape makes him special potion now. Harry's eyes widened as understanding dawned. Are you saying Professor Lupin is a... Peeves pressed a transparent finger to his lips. Peeves cannot confirm. Cannot reveal others' secrets directly. But smart Potter can work it out. Watches lunar calendar. Observes patterns. With that cryptic advice, the poltergeist zoomed away, leaving Harry with yet another mystery to unravel, and the startling realization that Peeves had apparently been observing and interacting with his father during his Hogwarts years, just as he now did with Harry. How much of his family's history did the poltergeist actually know? And why hadn't he shared these stories before? The mystery of Professor Lupin's monthly disappearances was soon overshadowed by more immediate concerns. Sirius Black somehow managed to enter Gryffindor Tower itself, slashing the curtains around Ron's bed before being frightened away by his friend's screams. The resulting security crackdown made life in the castle tense and restrictive. Through it all, Peeves maintained an unusually close watch on Harry. Visible or invisible, the poltergeist was rarely far away. Unlike his previous subtle surveillance, he now made little attempt to disguise his protective presence. Isn't it exhausting? Harry asked one evening, sensing the familiar cold spot that indicated Peeves' invisible presence beside him as he worked on a transfiguration essay in the library. Following me around all the time. The poltergeist materialized partially, just his head floating above the table, the rest of him remaining invisible to avoid Madame Pance's notice. Less exhausting than dealing with dead Potter, he replied pragmatically. Black entered Tower once. Could try again. Peeves takes no chances. I still don't understand why he went for Ron's bed instead of mine, Harry said, keeping his voice low. If he's after me, that was a pretty big mistake. Peeves' expression turned thoughtful. Unless not a mistake. Unless Black sought something else. Like what? The poltergeist shrugged his invisible shoulders, creating the odd spectacle of his disembodied head bobbing slightly. Unknown. But curious, yes. Many strange pieces to this puzzle. Before Harry could press further, Madame Pance rounded a bookshelf and let out an outraged gasp at the sight of Peeves' floating head. The poltergeist immediately made a rude noise, fully materialized, and zoomed away, knocking over a stack of books as he went, his typical disruptive behavior restored for public consumption. Later that night, as Harry lay in bed unable to sleep, he found himself contemplating everything he'd learned about Sirius Black. The man had been his father's best friend, his parents' secret keeper, his own godfather, yet had betrayed them all to Voldemort. He had murdered 13 people with a single curse, laughed as he was arrested, and spent 12 years in Azkaban before becoming the first person ever to escape. And yet, there were inconsistencies that bothered Harry. Why send an expensive, jinx-free firebolt? Why attack Ron's bed instead of Harry's? Why had there been no attempts on his life, despite Black clearly being able to enter the castle? It doesn't make sense, he murmured to himself. Many things don't, agreed Peeves' voice from the darkness. Harry sat bolt upright, peering through his bed curtains. The poltergeist hovered at the foot of his bed, barely visible in the moonlight filtering through the tower windows. Were you watching me sleep? Harry whispered, torn between gratitude for the protection and discomfort at the invasion of privacy. Peeves performed a silent somersault. Just checking. Black still loose. Still dangerous. The poltergeist drifted closer. Potter has questions about Godfather? Harry nodded, keeping his voice low to avoid waking his dorm mates. Did you know him? When he was at school with my dad. Oh yes, Peeves confirmed. Black and Potter. Inseparable. Brothers in all but blood. The poltergeist's expression turned nostalgic. Pranksters extraordinaire. Second only to Weasley twins in Peeves' estimation. That's what makes it so awful, Harry said bitterly. They were that close, and he still betrayed them. Peeves made a noncommittal humming sound, unusually reserved. What? Harry pressed, catching the poltergeist's hesitation. Do you know something about it? Peeves knows only what Peeves observed, he replied carefully. Black and Potter, loyalty ran deep. Very deep. Would have died for each other. He tugged at his bow tie thoughtfully. Makes later betrayal puzzling. People change, Harry pointed out. Maybe Voldemort offered him something he couldn't resist. Perhaps, Peeves acknowledged. Or perhaps story has missing pieces. The poltergeist drifted toward the window, gazing out at the moonlit grounds. Peeves has lived many centuries. Seen many obvious truths later proven false. What are you saying? Harry demanded. That Black might be innocent. After everything he did. Peeves held up his transparent hands placatingly. Saying nothing definitive. Just, encouraging questions. Potter deserves full truth about parents' fate. Not just accepted narrative. With that enigmatic statement, the poltergeist faded from visibility, though the lingering chill in the air indicated he remained nearby. Harry lay back, mind racing. Was Peeves actually suggesting Sirius Black might not have betrayed his parents? It seemed impossible given everything he'd been told. And yet, the poltergeist had known Black and his father personally during their school years, had observed their friendship firsthand. For the first time, Harry found himself wondering if there might be more to the story of his parents' betrayal than he'd been led to believe. The question of Sirius Black's true nature became suddenly, dramatically relevant during the last Quidditch match of the season. After Harry caught the snitch in a spectacular dive, securing both the game and the Quidditch Cup for Gryffindor, he spotted something extraordinary while walking back to the castle amid the celebration, the silhouette of an enormous black dog watching from the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The same dog he'd seen the night he left Privet Drive. The same dog that had appeared in the stands during the ill-fated match against Hufflepuff. The Grim, Ron had called it, invoking Professor Trelawney's dire prediction. But as Harry stared at the massive canine, he remembered something Peeves had said about Lupin, remembers little Lupin running with Stag and Dog and Rat. A dog. And hadn't Peeves also mentioned Black in the same breath? Before he could process this connection, the dog melted back into the forest and disappeared. Harry stood frozen, trying to make sense of the implications, when a familiar cold sensation swept over him. Potter sees something interesting. Peeves materialized beside him, apparently having noticed his fixed stare toward the forest. There was a dog, Harry said slowly. A huge black dog. I've seen it before. The poltergeist followed his gaze, looking unusually alert. Big black dog, yes. Very significant. Very important. He tugged at his bow tie nervously. Potter should be careful. But also, open-minded. Open-minded about what? Harry demanded. What do you know about that dog? But Peeves merely executed an evasive loop-the-loop. Cannot say directly. Ancient binding prevents. But. He drifted closer, voice dropping to a whisper, remember what Peeves said about forms? About Lupin's friends? Stag and Dog and Rat? Before Harry could press further, Oliver Wood's exuberant voice called out, Harry. Come on. Party in the common room. By the time Harry turned back, Peeves had vanished, leaving him with a tantalizing hint but no clear answers. The mystery deepened further when the trio discovered Hagrid's lost appeal for Buckbeak the Hippogriff. The execution was scheduled for that very evening. Their illicit journey to comfort Hagrid led to the discovery of Scabbers alive in his hut, followed by a chaotic chain of events that included the rat's escape, pursuit by the enormous black dog, Ron being dragged into a hidden passage beneath the Whomping Willow, and the shocking revelation that awaited them inside the Shrieking Shack. Sirius Black, emaciated, filthy, wild-eyed, stood before them, explaining his true role in the Potter tragedy. It was not Black who had betrayed Harry's parents, but Peter Pettigrew, who had spent 12 years hiding as Ron's pet rat Scabbers. The confrontation escalated with Lupin's arrival and confirmation of Black's story, followed by Snape's appearance and subsequent incapacitation. Only when Pettigrew was finally forced back into human form, confessing his treachery under duress, did Harry fully grasp the magnitude of the injustice done to his godfather. As they made their way back through the tunnel, Pettigrew bound and guarded, Sirius walking beside Harry with an expression of desperate hope, a strange chill swept through the passage. Harry recognized it immediately. "Peeves," he called softly. The poltergeist materialized ahead of them, blocking the tunnel exit. For once, he wore no manic grin, just an expression of intense concentration as he surveyed their odd procession. "Potter found the truth," Peeves observed, sounding satisfied. "Found the real traitor." Sirius stared at the poltergeist in confusion. "What's Peeves doing here? And why is he being coherent?" "It's a long story," Harry began, but Peeves interrupted with uncharacteristic urgency. "No time. Moon rises. Wolf transforms." The poltergeist pointed toward Lupin, who had suddenly gone rigid, his limbs beginning to shake. "He didn't take his potion tonight." Hermione gasped. "He's not safe." What followed was chaos: Lupin's transformation into a werewolf, Pettigrew's escape in the confusion, Sirius shifting to dog form to protect the teenagers, and the terrifying arrival of Dementors by the lake shore. Harry's attempt to cast a Patronus failed against so many Dementors, and as he and Sirius both collapsed under their soul-draining power, consciousness slipping away, Harry had a strange, disconnected thought: where was Peeves? Why wasn't his guardian trying to help? The answer came later, after Hermione's brilliant use of the time-turner to save both Buckbeak and Sirius. As they huddled in the hospital wing, processing the night's incredible events, the familiar cold prickling signaled Peeves' arrival. The poltergeist appeared more subdued than usual, hovering near the ceiling with an almost apologetic expression. "Peeves didn't help by the lake," Harry observed, not accusingly but curiously. "Why?" Peeves descended slowly, tugging nervously at his bow tie. "Couldn't. Ancient binding prevents direct interference with certain events. Fate-changing moments." He performed an awkward somersault, clearly uncomfortable. "Could warn about werewolf, small intervention. But Dementors attacking Black. Beyond Peeves' permitted influence. Like when you couldn't enter the Chamber of Secrets," Hermione realized. "There are magical boundaries you can't cross." The poltergeist nodded vigorously. "Smart girl." "Yes, exactly. Some magic's older than Peeves. Some events must unfold as destined." He drifted closer to Harry. "But Peeves did help in other ways. Distracted Snape from seeing Potty's invisible rescue mission. Confused Dementor's sense direction when Black flew away on Hippogriff. You knew what we were doing with the time-turner?" Hermione asked, astonished. Peeves looked smug. "Peeves sees much. Knows Castle's deepest secrets. Time magic leaves ripples. Easy to detect for those sensitive to such things." He executed a proud backflip. "Besides, Peeves has observed Dumbledore's chess games for centuries. Can recognize when he arranges pieces just so." Harry smiled, appreciating the poltergeist's behind-the-scenes assistance. "Well, thank you for what you could do. Sirius is free now, well, on the run, but better than back in Azkaban or receiving the Dementor's kiss." Peeves brightened. "Yes. Black free. True godfather escapes. Much better outcome." He zoomed excitedly around the hospital wing. "Potter has more family now. More protection. Peeves approves. I don't know if I'd call Sirius family exactly, Harry said, though the idea warmed him. I barely know him. But you will, the poltergeist insisted. Bond of Godfather is strong magic. Almost as strong as blood. He winked mischievously. Peeves predicts many adventures with Dogfather in future. As Peeves zoomed away through the ceiling, cackling happily about Potty's growing family circle, Harry found himself smiling. Between Ron and Hermione's steadfast friendship, Sirius's newfound presence in his life, and Peeves' unusual but dedicated guardianship, he was building connections he'd never dreamed possible while growing up lonely in the cupboard under the stairs. Family didn't have to be just blood, he realized. It could include a godfather on Hippogriff back, two loyal best friends, and even a chaotic poltergeist bound by ancient magic to protect him. The final days of term passed in a blur of sunshine and anticipation of summer. While Harry still faced the prospect of returning to the Dursleys, Sirius's letters, delivered by tropical birds from his distant hiding place, offered hope that this arrangement might not be permanent. On the last evening before departure, Harry found himself drawn to the astronomy tower, seeking a quiet moment to reflect on the year's extraordinary events. As he leaned against the parapet, gazing across the moonlit grounds, the familiar cold prickling at the back of his neck announced Peeves' arrival. Potter broods alone, the poltergeist observed, materializing beside him. Contemplates great mysteries of universe. Harry smiled. Just thinking about everything that's happened this year. It's been intense. Indeed. Peeves agreed, executing a lazy backward somersault. Escaped Godfather. Soul-sucking Dementors. Time travel adventures. Most exciting year yet. And you were there for all of it, Harry noted. Watching over me, even when I couldn't see you. The poltergeist preened slightly. Oath demands it. But also. He hesitated, seeming almost embarrassed. Peeves chooses it now too. Finds Potter interesting. Worth protecting for more than just ancient binding. I've been meaning to ask you something, Harry said, seizing the moment. You've been bound to my family for centuries, right? To all the Potters before me? Peeves nodded, executing a small loop-the-loop. Every Potter at Hogwarts. From the very beginning. Including my dad. When he was a student. Oh yes, the poltergeist confirmed. Watched over James Potter for 7 years. Though he needed less protection than most, very capable wizard, your father. Very clever. Harry turned to face Peeves directly. Then why haven't you ever told me stories about him? About what he was like at school? You have all these memories that no one else can share, things even Lupin and Sirius might not know because they weren't always watching. Peeves stilled, hovering motionless in a way that was highly unusual for the perpetually kinetic spirit. Didn't think Potter wanted such stories from Peeves, he said finally. Many better sources, teachers, friends, photos. But none of them saw everything, Harry pressed. None of them were bound to protect him the way you were. The way you protect me. The poltergeist tugged thoughtfully at his bow tie. True. Very true. He drifted closer, his perpetual grin softening into something almost gentle. If Potter wishes to hear such stories, Peeves would be honored to share them. I do, Harry said sincerely. Maybe next year. When we're both back at Hogwarts. Next year, Peeves agreed, his expression brightening. Peeves will prepare best stories. Most impressive pranks. Most daring adventures. He executed an excited somersault. Potter will know father better through Peeves' eyes. As they stood together on the tower, poltergeist and wizard, guardian and heir, Harry felt a sense of connection that transcended the magical oath binding them. Peeves wasn't just protecting him out of obligation anymore, they had formed a genuine bond, a friendship that bridged the gap between the living and the spectral, the present and the ancient past. Thank you, Peeves, Harry said quietly. Not just for protecting me, but for being there. Even when no one else could be. The poltergeist executed a formal bow in midair, more sincere than his usual theatrical gestures. Peeves lives to serve the heir of Gryffindor. But more importantly, he added with a wink, Peeves is proud to call Potter friend. As the first stars appeared in the darkening sky above Hogwarts, Harry reflected on how his understanding of family had expanded over these 3 years at the magical school. He had arrived as an orphan with no knowledge of his heritage, desperate for any connection to his past. Now he stood as the heir of Godric Gryffindor, with a godfather who had risked everything to protect him, friends who would journey through time for him, and a poltergeist guardian whose ancient oath had evolved into genuine friendship. Whatever challenges the coming years might bring, and Harry had no illusions that Voldemort and his followers were finished, he would face them with allies both seen and unseen. And among them, perhaps the most unexpected yet dedicated, would be Peeves, troublemaker, guardian, friend. When Harry boarded the Hogwarts Express the next morning, he carried with him not just memories of another extraordinary year, but the certainty that he would return to the castle where his most unusual protector waited, ready to continue their journey together. For the oath that bound them was no longer just ancient magic, but a freely chosen connection between the heir of Gryffindor and his spectral guardian. And as Harry had learned, the magic formed by choice was often the most powerful magic of all. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.